Believe you. So, as I mentioned, I was doing some. I was with Jay. I'm sorry, I was playing SnowRunner with other people, and I was just doing some speed runs of this mission because he doesn't have any levels or XP or anything. But yeah, I put the high-speed gearbox into the Royal, which gives it 8 gears. I've never driven a car with 8 gears before.
Yep, same with the step.
Royal is faster though. The internet has confirmed it. But I was curious if I could beat my time. But I was doing.
But it also had for the.
My steering wheel is wrong.
What are you playing?
SnowRunner.
SnowRunner.
We have 2 spots left.
Okay.
I need to. Yeah, we would say Jay and I earlier were doing some runs of one of the the very earliest missions, which is some of the best XP in the game. So it's a mission you can do in about 4 minutes, and it takes about a minute to reset. So you can do it a lot. And if you're lacking levels, it's a great way of getting them because it doesn't require much investment. Like some of the missions are way better XP, but you've got to plonk a couple of hours in. There's only one drawback with a high-speed gearbox, by the way, Tad. This is like 20 litres per minute fuel usage now. Anyway, you said that you finally did it, but you didn't say what because I realised how loud you were.
Fantastic. I bought and downloaded Doom 2016.
Oh, I don't have 2016 on. I've got it on console, but nothing else. Right, 3 minutes 10. Which is a shame because Doom Eternal has utterly.
Probably would have done me a favor getting it for console.
Well, Doom 2016 has utterly. Sorry, Doom Eternal has utterly shit multiplayer. I cannot stand it. It's this ridiculous 2 players versus 1 Slayer asymmetrical bollocks. Whereas Doom 2016 allow you to make your own maps, either co-op or deathmatch, like snap together bits. It was brilliant. But unfortunately, that isn't on Game Pass because I think they're not touching the code base because it's half a decade old. But yeah, goddamn, it's Doom 2016 good, really, really good. And the only thing that makes it look not good is Doom Eternal, which is actually a whole bunch better. Which is high praise. Doom 2016. I think I got it on Game Pass and I was like, I'll give it a go. I knew it had got good reviews, but I was just not prepared for how very, very, very good it was.
Ever since I first saw it, I was like, yes, I'm getting this game because I want to play it. But
oh, have you been downloading it since it came out? I see.
It's so funny. No, the last 2 weeks.
Well,
about 6 gigs a day.
I have a friend of mine he's in Wales.
50 gig game.
And his internet means that he was trying to play, I think it was Halo, and basically Halo gets patches at a more rapid rate than he has internet.
That sounds about right. Luckily, my internet's not that bad. I just finished my Halo update for this month, I think. It doesn't update that frequently.
It did when it came out. This was, blimey, this was
that is true.
Beginning of the Xbox One.
That is very true.
Era. I think I've got a slightly improved route, and I know for a fact there was a slight shortcut, but it's incredibly risky, so I haven't tried it. I'm at 2 minutes 7 seconds, and I'm just coming up to the corner that sorts the men from the boys.
That it does. Step.
But this is where I bought it last time. I just taken this bit just a little bit slow, just on that. There we go, and then foot flat to the floor for the rest of the race. So I have 33 seconds to deliver it in to break our record. I have no idea how I did it in 3:10, by the way. I can't remember what vehicle it was, but it weren't this one. No, I'm sure it was. I don't know. But I tried it in the Dan. The Dan is super capable, but it's just not very fast. Whereas the Royal struggles on a lot of things, but it makes up for it on that piece of tarmac. a lot. Hey, we also need to work out what we're doing Tuesday, because currently we have Terraria, and I'm like, yeah.
And everybody's kind of.
It's just the mods didn't breathe the new life into it I was perhaps hoping.
It's just there's only that. It's a tried and true formula, but how many times can you keep playing the same formula?
What about Don't Starve?
I think I've got it. I can't stand the art style, I have to say. I really can't stand the art style.
I wish Oxygen Not Included was multiplayer.
Is it not? That's the dance.
No.
That's the dance.
They're thinking about adding it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh no. What are you guys gonna do?
So, Si, would you like to make some easy money?
Well, it's not an offer you get every day.
You and I had a good. Do you have a vehicle with a sideboard trailer?
Yeah.
Grab your best vehicle with a sideboard trailer.
Okay.
You can also take my bandit if you want.
Oh, there's logs over here, and they're not mine. So
No,
that's not my fault.
they were at the end of an abortive mission. I assume they time out eventually.
You would probably assume wrong. You said it yourself. This world seems to be able to handle unlimited physics objects.
To Island Lake. Oh my god. Oh, okay. We can pick up this quest we can do, and then we'll head across to. Wait, the log station delivers metal beams. I guess we'll head across to there with a big. No, very big truck.
Oh, are we not? Or you're not doing the race?
Yeah, I'm waiting for Si.
Oh.
He said he's coming in his best vehicle.
No,
Ah.
you said one with a sideboard trailer.
The best one with a sideboard trailer. What have you brought? What is that?
It was implied.
I would like to point out you probably find it a bit easy without the crane, but it'll be fine.
Why didn't you tell me what we're doing?
Oh, fleet
Taking consumable. We're completing the food delivery.
food to the people
Do-
at
do
the
cr-
oil rig.
Do cranes weigh anything? I assume they do, but I don't know for a fact they do. Like when they're
They don't
attached,
weigh
but
enough.
yeah.
Let's put it that way. They don't weigh enough. Hello.
But yeah, then we need to get some. Metal beams. Do they fit in a normal sideboard, or is that only the very long trailers?
No, it's a 2-unit cargo.
Okay, so that won't be too bad then. Okay. Oh, what have you got, Si? I don't
There's
recognise.
not much that's not 1 or 2.
Driving around as a ghost on my screen. Wait, on my screen you're driving 2 vehicles at once. What the
Yeah.
hell?
On the
Yeah.
map, he's driving 2
No,
vehicles
yeah,
at once.
Yeah, but one's my
But
bandit.
it's got the icon for the bandit.
Yeah, Si.
Sweet. Okay, let's do that. Broken it.
Yeah. Have you? What?
Yeah, it did that for me
Yeah, I'm literally
earlier. What I'm
right.
seeing on
Still
screen.
says you're the Fleet Star.
There we go.
Oh no, it's separated. Ah,
Yeah.
you got in it.
I did get in it. Yeah.
Boring.
How weird. Well, as they say, ghost trucks
That'd be
carry
so
no.
useful in single player.
What? Just being able to. Well, if you could do it reliably. Anyway,
I've never seen it before.
I-
Want to go to the farm, am I?
yeah. If you follow me, I will show you the bestest route for this. Star, I won't show you the bestest route. I will explain to you the bestest route and take the second bestest route because I am a coward.
Why are there all these destroyed on their side trailers at the oil
Yeah.
rig?
I decided to play on GeForce Now again, and so I'm using a controller, which is fine, except nighttime is quite muddy. I mean, as in picture quality muddy, not.
Oh yeah, the encoding probably because there's a lot of film grain and soft gradients and stuff.
Oh no, I turn those off. Film grain is not good when you're watching a compressed video stream,
Yeah.
but it's pretty detailed textures anyway. So
Yeah. Well, no,
it's crap.
the film grain's there to get rid of banding. So what would normally be a very nasty banded experience, like barrow
But
trauma.
that's not good for compression.
No, banding is great for compression, unfortunately. So there is an art to this, and that is you can do this in one fell swoop without stopping, but I usually balls it up. But yeah, essentially, come in here, grab 2 consumables, pick up the quest, and then complete the quest as fast as you can. But I will take...
Have you got a spot, or are you
Yeah,
4?
no, it's just 3 people at the minute. Don't know where Max is. But you snooze, you lose.
I'm happy to jump out later if
I mean, there's probably a good chance I'll lag out here
Probably.
before too long.
What are you in, Tad?
The step.
Oh, you're showing us how it's done, are you? Okay. And what's your current record, Tad?
I don't know.
Well, it says right now. Right, open the
I can't
dialogue.
check my
Open the
single player
dialogue.
now.
Open, yes, you can. Open the dialogue and it'll tell you.
255.
250. How the hell? Okay, fine, whatever. So yeah, sorry. Deliver this goods to that destination with taking less than 200 damage. I will show you the almost.
To the drilling site.
Yeah, I'll show you the almost best route. Go on, Tad. You fuck off. Sign. I'll be going at
Well,
taking it slowly.
I have done this before.
Does anyone else have
That's a-
issues with their cables
Get
and
off.
steering wheels?
Who just winched me backwards?
Me, because I got stuck on a log that you left there. I hope those logs time out eventually.
I don't think so.
I hope they do. Oh, all-wheel drive. That's why that's what I needed.
It helps.
But this is a good quest to do.
Help your fuel, but it helps.
Just to top off a level, like a XP level. Come on, stop changing gear, you piece of shit.
I think I got about 3 levels out of this earlier.
Yeah, it's
This mission.
it's good. At least for the earlier levels. Later ones need so much XP. Oh, that's better. Thank you, Si.
Yeah, it helps with my stream as well.
Yeah. So yeah, this one. Go to the left of this light pole and go to the left of this fuel canister. Now, if you want to be brave, you want to really knock time off. At the immediate time this Armco stops, take a left up that hill. I'm not doing it because it's terrifying and you screw it up 5 out of 6 times.
Right, I'm doing that then.
Well, I'll either see you at the exit or I'll see you in a minute on your side.
I don't know where I'm going after this.
So apparently, Izzard and Arcos have both got a game running, and I can join either one. There's 2 of 8 slots free.
I don't. What? What?
That's what it's telling me in the.
Already kicked me?
No, you're in it, but I think it's just got fused. Yeah, I don't know where you've gone, Si, but you should have been in front of me by now.
Fallen over.
I did say.
Yeah, but
I heard that from here.
Easy's no fun.
I didn't say it was easy. I said that was quicker.
No, I know, but easy's no fun. I prefer dangerous.
Yeah. When you've done it in 3
Yeah, but
minutes,
you don't
then,
get the money if
then,
you don't
then you
make
can
it.
then you can talk about danger. For me, it's this corner here that puts the willies up me.
I'm sorry?
It puts the willies up me, Brett.
Okay. And you enjoy that?
No, I don't like the willies up me. Yeah, full lock, slow down. There we go, and we're good. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to do this mission in 12 seconds.
Have you got a truck I can borrow after you come?
There's a bandit just lying around somewhere. You can use that.
What is this trailer?
It's just a trailer. there's technically a way to do it even quicker, and that's to leave a trailer of goods there, drive up, and then hand the trailer in. One steering wheel. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've got the step, or if I have, I'm not sure where it is.
It's Russian, so you gotta.
I've been to Russia, but like I'm now
once.
I'm now at 3 minutes 53, and I'm not sure how I'm so much slower than before.
Age.
I hope.
Aw, that's not very nice.
4 minutes 5. Do I actually have
This was a slow run for me. It was only 3 minutes 14 seconds.
the step 310E? You reckon? Is that the right one? Is
Yes,
it? Okay.
it is the one.
Oh, I don't have. Oh, the best engine I have.
It has 5 engines, just so you know, and I'm using the second best one
I'm using the 240.
because the best one.
I happen to have the best one. I don't have the best tires though. Oh, it doesn't have mud tires. Oh, exciting.
Yeah, the tires make or break this truck. Oh, it doesn't. So you really
hold
it's like if you're getting with roads, this truck gets a little slippery with the off-road or what all-terrain off-road. I don't know which. The not mud tire.
Right. Sideboard
Alright.
bed.
Is
All
he
right.
still on his side? Does he still need assistance?
Who? No, no.
Hey.
Sir.
I assume he
No.
recovered.
That's me.
Right, I'm trying the step then.
Oh. Oh, you don't have the race suspension for it yet, do you?
Yeah. I can't fit the tires out the race suspension.
Oh, okay. So at least you've got the rates.
That's quite drifty. Yeah, but I can't use the diff lock, unfortunately. So do you actually switch into low gear for this, Tad, or you just barrel through in automatic?
No.
That was an all question.
Just fully automatic, just send it.
Okay.
Full set. Don't
Okay.
stop.
Okay.
Only sketchy part is the paved part of the road. Surprisingly.
Okay, that's the easy part on the Royal.
And it depends on the tires. That is 100% tire dependent.
I have the best off-road tyres, which means I'm going to struggle with the mud. I may also struggle with traffic, but we'll see. Yes, I was doing a few more bits and bobs for my trailer earlier, and I've timed the vehicles in my game, and they get to about 20 kilometers an hour, which I feel is about a valid top speed.
Low.
Now the real thing is it going to change gear here? No, excellent.
This madman drove me off the road.
Did you go off?
Oh
Did you go off the road?
Don't worry about
when
me.
you went past me?
You do your mission.
Hey, I think I
Wrong
stopped
way.
to let you go past.
Oh, nothing. Yeah, Paul, I am.
You don't stop.
Oh, possibly.
For me.
I'm thinking
I
about
get out
it.
of the way for you.
I stopped so that when you go off the road, it's your fault, not mine.
I'm very much
What I do
considering
in
it.
real life when someone barrels towards me on the wrong side of the road as well.
I pull over and put my hazards on. Oh, Jay, I'm catching you. You see, you can cut that corner much narrower than that.
Yeah, I almost drove past it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I think this has also still got the other gearbox in it as well.
Yeah. So you want to keep to as far left as you can there. Stay out of the mud. Like that. It's all gone a bit Wreckfest.
Oh, we can do Wreckfest if you want to.
No, I think this one's going to be faster than that one. Unless I hit this mud. Come on! Please do let me go in front. I'm on course.
I am. That's why I'm over to the side.
I'm now 2 minutes. So Tad could be right, despite his
I'm at
place.
2 minutes 10.
Yeah. Not necessarily, Paul, but I want to set it in space in the future. And, you know, on Mars, probably, rather than, you know, in fucking post-apocalyptic Russia. Is technically Russia post-apocalyptic because of Chernobyl, or does that not count? Oh, this is a good... I'm going to have to hand it to you, Tad. This thing is... we're at 233. This could be a record for me. 240. No. It's going to be a good time. No, 310 is my current record, isn't it? But now I'm about to hit the mud. This is a record. Can I do it in under 3? 259.
Nice.
Oh, bloody hell. My heart's going after that. It gets a bit stressful at the end when you don't want to risk having balls there.
This truck is really good.
Yeah, I haven't really used it. I'll leave that one for you, Jay. If you want to do another run in the
garage.
In the garage, yeah. And I
What
will.
one was that?
The step.
There's 2 of those.
The one that doesn't have a picture of a face next to it.
Yeah, I'm driving one. I'm driving mine.
It doesn't list you as driving it on my screen.
Oh.
You can also.
Oh yeah, on the big list. Got it.
I know what I done last time as well. I forgot to take the handbrake off again.
That would not help. Okay, so
That really affects your driving speed.
So I think if we head to Island Lake with a suitable little armada, we should be able to do power lines. The nearest garage is Smithfield Dam, or there's no garage near us there.
Shall I do this one again, or would you like to join in?
Now, if you do that one, I'm just going to... Remember, I've got so many vehicles just lying around all the time because I'm having to continually recover them and stuff. But because we've got 4 of us, we don't need to do anything special. We can just do one... what's the word? Person with fuel and stuff. Yeah, one person with the fuel and whatnot, and everybody else with the actual trucks. Yeah, Paul, I will link you. I've got a little demonstration I've done. Essentially, I'm considering kickstarting it, which shows that I am actually genuinely serious about this. I don't agree with Kickstarter, but I don't want to do a game where I'm not doing a game that people actually want.
Gonna wind up making a new Discord channel for it then, so you can keep the Kickstarters for that specific game, or do you want to just make them aware of all the other fun games you've built? And
do you mean a new
let them know
Discord
that
server?
You're a dedicated game developer and you are serious. Yeah.
No.
I can't believe I played this with a controller for so long.
Yeah, it's just not very satisfying on the controller, is it? I do prefer the relative steering mode. So you hit left and it steers left a bit.
Yeah, I prefer it in steering wheel mode on the controller.
So what, you let go and it just auto centers?
Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know I don't know where straight ahead is. Otherwise.
What I'm going to do, Jay, is I'm going to set up the Bandit as a fuel truck.
You want me in that one, do you?
Yeah.
Island Lake has a bunch of fuel there.
Wheel drive really makes a difference as well.
We have quite a long way to go, though, Tad. That's all. We have to go from Smithfield Dam all the way down. Remember, there's no other garages down there. Yeah, so one of the USPs, Todd,
Garages now.
Paul, sorry, is that you can't actually see very far. You can see, but not that far. It's Mars. It's all dusty and horrible. But what you do get is an overseer who is capable of seeing it with like a hologram view, so he can actually help guide the trucks around who probably don't know where they're going. So they deal with the local stuff, but not the micro, not the macro.
But he's on Earth, so it takes 20 minutes for him to tell you anything.
What? So I didn't hear that. Who takes what 20 minutes?
I said, but the overseer's on Earth, so it takes him 20 minutes to tell you anything.
That would be awful. So when you've guys finished the mission, if you mosey over, and we will head down to
Electric Avenue?
Island Lake. Yeah, Island Lake, which has the resources on it, so we just need to get there. Jay will be providing us with the thirst.
I'm actually going to set a record on this. Like, this
What?
is the fastest time I've ever got it.
Well, you haven't handed it in yet.
I'm at 2 minutes 40 and I'm just about to.
Oh.
3 minutes.
Nice. Don't get cocky.
Anything under 4 minutes is very, very quick.
It would be a lot quicker if there wasn't someone sitting in front of me, stalling on the map.
No one's saying about this door on the mud. Cheeky bugger.
So rude.
So where am I going?
Teleport to the bandit at the dam. Also, what was your
On this map or the global map?
the next map? What was your time in the end?
4 minutes 10, I think. Can't remember.
okay.
How do I see?
You
3
have to-
minutes 10.
So, Tad, what are you? Are you taking the trailer?
Is there a way to see completed missions?
So you've exited out one level too far.
Well,
I'm going to switch back to Will. So I'll be back in a second.
we want to be able to carry every last metal beam you want all at once.
Well, no, because we don't need to, because we have 3 of us and a
but
fuel
no,
tanker.
There are no vehicles at.
Yeah, they're outside.
No.
No, not Island Lake. Dam, Smithfield Dam.
Sorry, my bad.
The bandit. And I've given you a full thing of fuel.
Take that horrible bloody gearbox out.
No, I probably should do, shouldn't I?
You don't want the big one?
Yeah,
Oh,
that might
one out there.
be a little bit easier.
We just don't need it, Tad. I mean, it's a pain in the ass. We just don't. That doesn't gain us anything other than you rolling it somewhere.
That's true. No, I'm bringing this so we can mess with the fuel trailer, the big fuel trailer that's out there.
What big fuel trailer? Oh yeah, but we don't need
It's
to
a
because
big fuel trailer.
we don't
at
need to because
Island
we've got the bandit. Is your hearing all right, Tad?
Nothing. No, I understand, but leaving it up on that hill is really annoying. I'm gonna
Leaving-
drag it out.
Leaving, yeah. See, you're taking the vastly longer route as well
Oh yeah,
because you've got
this
your
thing
silly.
don't like. This
What?
thing likes roads.
It's because you got your silly ass trailer.
I really don't like that little route down the freaking mountain. I'm not a goat.
Now that's fine. The only bit is that bit with the cliff. That's.
No, thank you. My butthole puckers a little too hard with that.
Didn't hear a word of that. Okay. Are you in the vehicle?
Not yet. About to. I didn't realise you was ready.
Yeah.
Lovely. It is loading. Is this the one where you rolled down the cliff on the sharp left bend the other week?
I did not roll down the cliff. Thank you so much. I have never done it, but I have always taken it so carefully, and I have seen other people do it with my eyes. Anyway, yeah, you've got the normal gearbox and a slightly more efficient engine. So you're quite a bit less of a liability.
It's a little bit slower, but I don't mind that. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather have a little bit slower and in control than dig a bloody great hole.
Well, so now you're playing on a steering wheel. There's an important thing to note. You see the go pedal? You can press it gently. You don't just have to slam it down all the way.
Yeah.
Whatever you do not press auto winch down this
the W key.
down this hill.
It's really funny.
Don't do it.
It's really funny.
I just went to change gear and I haven't got gear stick. That might be the next thing on the agenda.
This game doesn't really support gear stick.
Is there not a USB gear stick?
Wish it did.
I mean, even if there is, the game doesn't really support gear sticks. There isn't a concept of a manual gearbox as such.
Okay.
You've got automatic, high and low. You don't have a manual automatic. Manual regular range.
I can't believe how nice this game is with a steering wheel.
Yep. Every game I played with the steering wheel I have enjoyed more. I haven't done any better. I haven't put in better lap times. But it's definitely felt a lot better.
It just feels more realistic.
Shit.
Where are you going?
I may have had a
Still
small...
more involved with the game, which is important.
Thank God I have a spare wheel. Do you have any repair points, RJ?
How would I find that out?
Come closer. Pretty sure you do. Could you just let repair and repair my suspension?
No, that was refuel.
Refueling is also fine, but I'm alright at the moment for that.
So apparently your gearbox was down and your suspension.
Yeah, cool, thank you. I've just noticed in the bandit, I reckon we could fit 6 people. So I'd like in this game, and Farm Simulator, I'd like to remove the concept of teleporting almost entirely and actually have people ferry people to their destination as part of the gameplay.
Us driving?
Well, not but I mean this vehicle takes 3. The bandit's got it's like half a school bus. I mean I think it might actually be half a school bus.
It actually resembles a crew.
Took the back off and turned it into cargo.
But yeah, sorry, we've just headed away from the dam. We haven't made it very far.
Excuse me, what is this trailer doing here?
How does one switch to low on this thing?
You don't need to. It's all-wheel drive, all-time differential. As I said, it's brilliant, but you do pay for that in fuel efficiency.
Would you like a little gentle?
No, I just forgot to turn on. I forgot to turn on all-wheel drive because I am at the high range. I have got the high-speed gearbox on this, and I am looking at my fuel efficiency. And so, correct me if I'm wrong.
Where am I going?
We're going to Island Lake, but this is the way I prefer. Tad took the other route. So correct me if I'm wrong. If I put a high-range gearbox in, I should increase my fuel efficiency. I shouldn't halve it.
I think they've got it back to front.
Yeah, because of the advantage you get from being able to drive quickly.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, in the vehicles that I've got, if we stick it in low range, our revs are still the same, our usage is, the engine is still using the same amount of fuel.
Yeah.
But you're only doing half the speed, or a third of the speed.
No. Careful.
Are you saying it doesn't change engine RPMs?
Well, to get 20 mile an hour in low range, you would need 2,500 RPMs.
See what?
In high range, you would only need to go into second gear and maybe 1500 RPM.
Yeah, that's the other thing the Bandit doesn't have because of its quad steering. You don't get a very good turning circle.
It sucks.
No quad steers have good turning circles.
No.
Hashtag realism. What are you bringing outside?
The same as always, Fleet Star.
You can buy other vehicles. You are allowed.
Yeah, I like this one will do. Yeah.
To keep them even.
Oh, see, I got.
You want
fuel tank
presumably
Drag
carry metal beams.
like that.
If you got, yeah, you need a sideboard trailer.
Yeah.
Oh, Jay. The reason I put you in the
If
Bandit,
not, I'm bringing a very large trailer.
I know you're a new player, so I thought I'd give you as much help as I could if you stalled it. Now you're less than 45 degrees. No. No, okay. Just stay where you are. Just stay still. Stop spinning your wheels. Let me,
I've got my winch connected. There is no reason why it should.
because you're winching into a tree in front of you. So if you just
I
disconnect.
thought I connected to one elsewhere. Okay, my bad.
It always hurts. It never hurts to double check. Just hit tab and look around. Be like, where is this thing actually connected? And you're like,
I just auto winched.
ow.
Why am I not reversing?
You
what?
are really.
No, it's not. It's not moving. I meant reverse and the truck's not going anywhere.
Oh, you're in a little divot.
There.
You might need to
No,
get,
it just wasn't doing anything.
nice and gentle.
No, I need to.
I've got my wheels slightly to the left to counteract the tip.
Unfortunately,
One minor alteration I would request is that when you go zooming through a small body of water, it should plume out sideways.
I think it did that more in MudRunner actually.
MudRunner's water was a lot more dynamic.
So
This has a this has oh no
You need to go sideways, mate.
yeah I know I'm trying to, but I was trying to use you to pivot around, so I don't end up rolling it, and we don't sit here till side turns up in a couple of minutes to rescue us both. Oh, stupid game. That one doesn't reach. So I want to attach.
That may well do it.
Yeah, but I need to get at a better angle.
I could have carried one of you on my truck.
Jay, you could have carried Jay. I'm fine. How did you? Good grief.
Because it's caught in the tree, I need to go backwards more than I need to go forwards.
Or sideways. Sideways is good.
Down is nice.
'Cause I think the weight would have helped me do this faster.
Right, so if I go much further forwards, I'm going to be going down. Oh, no, I've got a little bit of.
I need to disconnect you. I can still go backwards.
Hold on.
Nope, I've stalled.
Yeah, if you stall it, and then the winch will break. Now you're still in range.
Can you pull your arse end around further towards me?
Yeah, through physics. Hey Henry, I was just talking about you the other day. Right, why is it? Yes,
Just
if you
talking about
so,
you the other day.
Jay, if you do something, you will break the winch. So don't do anything.
Oh,
because,
right,
Because
okay.
when you're
Fine.
stalled, if you do something, the winch just snaps.
It's coming up on the screen to pull winch.
Yeah, don't do that. It will snap because you're stalled. Yeah, and then I will shoot off. Stop helping.
Yeah, I
Stop
didn't
helping.
do anything. I'm not moving.
Hopefully, size vehicle's a bit heavier than mine. See, this is how you see why we stick as a team and a group, and we don't just bugger off halfway across the level.
But that's half
But I'm not crashed, am I?
Yes, but you've got the bigger vehicle.
It's the actual weight of the fuel tank, I think, that's pulling me over, because I could see it spinning on the
I'm not actually sure the game simulates that.
Like, I don't
No,
know.
it does. It doesn't do it very well.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, the actual back end of the tank itself, the front end wasn't moving, but the back was.
And the other reason a wheel is better is just because, like, the terrain makes the wheel, it throws the wheel around. It just gives you a much better sense of what you're driving over.
That may work.
I'm trying to get behind you, but Si's
What's going on here?
Yeah, this is what we've been doing for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, Si's going to be in a better place to pull you back.
Yeah, if you can winch on and draw back, probably get me off this tree that's given us grief.
I'd also love to see it. This again, same engine, a lot of the same thing, but it's just Mad Max. So we're doing exactly this stuff, but just in a Mad Max universe.
That needs to be a lot faster.
But did you see the video I licked earlier of the metal tired vehicle dealing with slag?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
amazing. But the thing,
You're not budging at all.
It's just a regular loader,
Yeah,
but
you might
it has to
need
have
to
those tires.
onto the back of the vehicle rather than the middle and try and draw it over.
just drag it back, we'll be fine. Wait, why?
Yeah, I think I'm clipped into the actual tree itself.
Jay, can you return to the garage, please? I'm pretty sure there's a bug in this version of the game.
Can I recover to the garage?
No, just click on the garage. No, we don't want you to recover the vehicle. Even if we did, we want you. I want you just to get out the vehicle.
So you doesn't want you to recover it, you could
Where
go
is
to the
bloody
garage.
I just want Jay to go to the garage, not the vehicle. Jay, because then Jay will get out the vehicle. There we go. See, now see all the physics just reset in wibble and wobble. Go. How is this possible? What have you done to this?
It's embedded into the tree.
Let's try pushing it.
Well, there's a tree in front of it, unfortunately.
Oh, in front of it?
Yeah, like the tree was in the windscreen. If you went into inside view,
Rotate it,
the tree
there
was
we go.
inside the truck.
Let's just get some sort of movement. Right, let's
Yeah.
try and winch it now.
Tad's on his way.
Yep.
Pivot. Is it at all possible, Si, to winch onto the upper middle of it to pull the upper set of wheels
Yeah, that's-
lower?
That's what I tried doing initially. Let me just bump the back against it and get a bit more.
I can actually see the trucks moving on the map.
Yes, that's the bit I was
That is-
doing today in the trailer was the mini map stuff because I want to
That
show
is
them.
awesome.
Right, I can also try.
I think no.
Oh, hello.
Ah, so it has brought a much bigger truck. Careful!
Oh my god.
So, in the UK, you see, we have this thing. It's called, what the hell are you two doing with the physics? What the fuck's going on? Jesus Christ. I was going to say mirror signal maneuver. Tad, why did you just, like, lurch forwards and ram the side?
Right.
Got
I'll
caught
just-
under my.
Are you winch onto the top
Okay,
or the
let me
bottom
just
of
get out
it,
the way.
Tad? No, so you don't have to go any further. You are out the way.
Thought I was.
Not you. There we go. Go on. Get, winch onto the top of it. Before I run out of fuel.
Yeah.
Ah,
Can't you just get fuel out of that vehicle?
this round we've used up all the fuel.
What am I carrying?
Ah,
Carrying like 2,000 gallons of fuel.
great. You missed the thing. But yeah, you need to winch onto the top. We don't need to drag it. We need to pivot.
I actually really enjoy this. Trying to get out of complete pickles in this game. I think it's the best bit of the game.
Yeah, it is very unique.
Oh, it's going, I think.
Yeah. Okay, Jay, get back in.
I will do when I've got a little circle thing to
Just click on it, and then you'll get a little picture of a.
Oh, okay.
Or if you go down the list on the side, just click on Bandit. Yeah, there you go.
That's what I did.
Hang on. DJ.
Yep. What?
Pull off to the side and I'll come by and fuel you.
So Jay, stay on the left, stay on the right, stay on the right. Because you're just no right, full right, more right, all the right. God damn it, you've just kissed it up there. Yeah, go. So you want to go? So Jay, full counterclockwise in reverse. You want to pivot around the tree, and smush it into it,
Well, I can just pull him from behind.
or pull him from the front.
Oh, hang on. Do you know what I've done again?
You've left the handbrake on.
Yeah.
Do you not notice it? It goes boom, boom, boom.
No, I've got the game turned right down so I can actually hear you. Because it muddles in the hearing aids.
I'd leave the game audio on, but I turn the truck audio down. I've got the engine audio at like 5% because it's partly because it's ass, but it's just not very useful. Whereas hearing the UI is pretty useful.
Is there a way to just automatically turn the handbrake off?
No, don't think so. Anyway, just head due south, Jay. Just stay on the road for quite a long way.
Okay.
Tad is going to put some of his. Are you going to recover after this, Tad?
I don't know.
Well, if I
can
just
bring it along.
If I just reverse up, you can just put it in me. Yay.
There you go. Tree.
I do actually wonder if side route's better because it doesn't have to go past that tree.
There we go.
It's gone again.
Whoa.
I'm not even on a slope. It's like tanks tipped and...
I'm driving.
We should give you a collab.
What the
Give him
hell?
the P12. That thing seems pretty unstoppable.
How about the Tatterin?
Yeah, maybe the Tatterin. That thing's literally impossible. Oh, hello.
Yeah,
Oh, hi.
hello. RAC?
Oh, yeah. My cruiser's currently sorted, but I do use because I've got the Ninja, which has had plenty of fairing. I do use that, so I'm hoping to actually use that next week. My knee now works in one direction, but not the other one, or one axis, but not the other one.
I was going to say, they're only supposed to move in one direction.
Well, no, because you can twist it, so I can extend my leg and retract my.
You've done it as well.
Yes, I have.
Your turn, Si.
I didn't.
I'm not sure we can. Okay, I can save. You carry on. I'll save Jay. I don't think I can get Tad though.
I'm in a hole. As soon as this fuel
Alright,
hits the hole,
He's
it goes
recovered.
sideways.
Well, more haste, less speed.
Oh, it was less speed. Definitely less speed.
Sorry, that's a tree.
Yep, I know.
Doesn't it get like I don't understand. Your vehicle is not like you are. You should just be falling down. When I winch you that way, you're over a hole. I mean, you did drive right into a rut by the looks of it, but I'll.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
No, this is dug a hole. That's what I was saying. As soon as it hits a bit soft, it's dipping.
right, so now it's okay. Now I can't possibly roll myself.
Famous last words.
If I were to roll it from this angle, that would just be incredible.
It would. It'd be impressive.
Even more famous last words.
This is not going well. Right, why did the cable snap? This is happening a lot, and it's bloody annoying.
Too much strain. I'm
No,
not touching.
I don't think
at
the game
all.
has any
There's
concept
three.
of maximum strain. Like if you're trying to help,
That's your point.
it will break. Yeah, but the game doesn't have a concept of maximum strength. You can pull a Kolob with another Kolob. It doesn't care.
So we're going to getting metal beams from Island Lake, right?
Yes. And then, thankfully, then delivering them to Island Lake.
Yes. It's a bit of a trek, but it's
not too bad within Island Lake.
no, yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, there is actually a big hole.
Yes, I know. You drove into it.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did. Well, someone did, and let's blame Brett.
That works for me.
Yeah.
If you look, my truck is absolutely upright, but that tank is
How
on.
did you get to Island Lake?
Carry on down here, and then there's some tarmac in a bit, and then take a left onto it.
Yeah, but how did he get there so quick?
He already had a vehicle there. He just
I
bought
took
it.
the
To.
proper
right.
way.
You already had the vehicle there.
Yeah, the vehicle he rolled was his emergency save us vehicle.
Oh, okay.
It's going to go again. I need to go back.
I can't. I can't reverse. Remember, and this is. I am being serious. Gentle acceleration in this game makes a big difference because you're not just slamming loads of torque through the whole system. You're applying it gently.
Which is a disadvantage for keyboard players.
No, because that revs up the clutch and then yeah, well, it revs up the clutch and then drops it.
Oh, I can't see when you're right behind me. Looks my favourite camera view. Thank you.
But yeah, I am gonna. I need to either. Well, I will hopefully unsawn my cruiser this year, but others I'll need to do it next year, or my 2 years of no claims will expire because that's how the insurance companies work apparently. Well, no. See, on the keyboard, what happens is when you accelerate, it revs it up and then drops the clutch. So the accelerator, the steering wheel actually has an advantage there. So you can apply gentle pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting so much more out of this steering wheel than I thought I would. And that's with the force feedback only working in one game.
Which, Wreckfest.
No, this. It doesn't work in Wreckfest.
Oh. Oh.
Well, it does on PlayStations, not doing in Windows. I think what's happening is that the True Force API works, which is what SnowRunner uses, and the legacy one doesn't, which is what most things use.
I believe the legacy one only works when you've got G-Hub running.
Oh yeah, I have G-Hub running, and maybe it's just not talking to G-Hub. And I suppose the way to test that is for me to try SnowRunner without G-Hub running and see if it still works. I have a suspicion it might still work.
Because I have to run the Logitech Profile for my Driving Force Pro to work properly.
Hmm. But I mean, it'll be something to do with the ARM translation not working with it, or
Maybe.
I'm in a preview version of Windows as well. Preview version of Windows on.
Oh dear.
I can also highly recommend Forza. It has excellent force feedback.
Yeah. Grid and Dirt Rally are brilliant on the PlayStation. I would be playing this on the PlayStation, except when I've got no mouse.
Yeah.
Keyboard, I'd miss those. Mouse and keyboard go great either side of the wheel.
Yes, I would put that down to extremely poor game design, to be quite frank. Like, it's obviously a keyboard and mouse game that they kind of later on gone, consoles make all the money. I am curious to try Mud Runner on mobile though. I can't remember if it's out yet or not.
I've set my
Oh yeah, they did do that, didn't they?
Yeah.
I've set my numeric keypad up to do my gears, because you can basically say where
Left. Follow side.
gears. Yeah.
I've just got multiple dots flashing on my screen. That's why I asked.
Follow my direction though, not my driving.
No, I can blame you for
Choose
my
your no. You choose your own ditches to drive into, stones to try and drive over.
This vehicle is also hilariously calibrated up to 120.
Really?
Yep.
Okay then.
Why have you two gone left and then right? What was wrong with straight?
You told me to follow sight.
Oh yeah, I'm just curious why you've both gone what appears to be a very awkward route, but you know, it worked. No one rolled, so it's always good.
Oh god, go away!
Yeah, you don't get too close because if Sai has to change gear, you'll slam into him.
Yeah, and also you just block my camera when you do that.
Alright, I would not even half throttle.
Yeah, but he hasn't got all-wheel drive
I'm
full
not
diff.
racing.
I was just going to give him a little nudge just to help. Or does that auto damage?
No, stop.
I think we've crashed.
I have to stop because I can't see.
Yeah, I think I've crashed.
Like the game
Yeah,
or your
yeah.
truck?
SnowRunner crashed.
Oh, the game.
Oh, bugger.
This is why we drive the
damn.
host
Fucking
vehicles.
TCs crashing all the time. Get a Mac.
That's the game that crashed, though, I'm afraid, rather than...
But we were doing so well.
Well, I've got good news and bad news, Jay. So the good news for you
was fun.
is that you'll be right where we left off. So will I. Fortunately, the other two weren't driving host trucks, so they won't be.
Oh. So it's just down to us now, then?
No, what I'll do is I will... Well, I mean...
For the moment.
Well, I mean, you can either grab one of my trucks out there and I'll just drive another one. Or you can make your way down again, whichever you would prefer.
It's giving me the NAT error again.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that may have been Epic having a bit of a hiccup.
According to Epic, it's cloud syncing.
Yeah, mods offline, unable to reach mod.io. Also, sorry, what? You're not allowed to use mods? Anyway, it should be back up now. How annoying.
So if you go to the mods page, refresh, it actually forces a connection to mods.io.
I don't want one. I'm just curious why it's telling me no. Do you want me to let one of you two grab my vehicle and then just bring another one? Or do you want to bring your ones from the garage?
See how it goes.
That's kind of
I
not
kind
an
of
answer.
want to see if that trailer I got still over there. If my trailer's still over there, I'm
Your
bringing
trailer.
my truck.
It depends if it's your trailer
If
or my
not-
trailer.
Well,
trailer.
I bought a trailer on your world. We'll see how it goes.
No, you bought a trailer on my world. That's your trailer. That'll be gone. So do you want?
Hey, I got in.
So do you want to just get into the Royal and carry on, or are you going to bring another one from scratch?
Oh, there was a fuel carrier.
Si, are you going to carry on with the vehicles as
Sorry, I
they...
was eating. I'm driving back down again.
You're driving back down. Okay.
So the only person that's online is Izzard.
Well, join him. See what happens. He's in my game.
I'm going to go the other way just for variety's sake.
Yeah. So the bandit's still there.
This isn't a geolocation fuck up.
If you look on the map for Island Lake, there's a Chevrolet 1500 floating about 100 feet up in the air. Over
No,
a house in the top north corner. Or
the Chevy is at the fuel depot. Fuel. That's it. That's purely a tad bug.
I think I'm in the wrong map.
That's
aren't I?
fun. It's just floating up there, being mysterious.
Has it actually been daytime yet, or is it still nighttime?
It has been daytime. Time.
Oh,
What time is
must
it?
have been in the trees.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning right now.
Where was we?
Somewhere.
I don't know. You just left the game, Jay.
What the fuck?
Language is a thing.
Connection has been lost. Unable to establish a connection with the client's
Yeah.
host.
It's probably because you were joining Sai, not me, which maybe is a naughty. CAD is
And I
off the
got
game.
booted.
Yeah, this is why I'm suggesting using my trucks. Which I'm fine with. This is why I bought a lot.
What has happened? Okay. Game has completely dumped everything.
Oh my goodness me, that one is an appallingly tasteless DLC skin for this, so I shall definitely put that on.
Oh, when will I learn not to come down this hill so fast? Never.
Never. So when that happens, Sign, you damage your suspension, you should do what
Never.
CAD does and just shout "Game" at it like it's its fault. And I'm going to leave my my step parked out there, and I'll leave my Dan parked out there as well. So if you want to grab a vehicle, you can. Dan. Not Dan. Yes, Dan. I am looking forward to the new stuff you linked. So that looks completely awesome.
Oh, the season 4 stuff. I haven't got a season pass, but might get it. What was it, like 20 quid or something?
I don't know. I bought it so long ago. I don't know how it works though. If it's a season map, are you allowed to join if I go there? I think you can. You just can't. You just don't get any of the trucks.
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I can barely scrape the surface of what comes with the base game so far. So.
Are you back, Jay? You're not. It's just me.
The base game is
I'm
rather
having
extensive.
a router issue at this moment in time.
Pretty sure
Switch it
it's.
off and back on again.
No, apparently TCP and UDP need to be set up because my routers are fucked.
Well, they didn't. They don't. And it's just having trouble routing through. So it's suggesting doing that, but you don't need to do that. Probably just restart your router.
Or just
You
restart
don't need to do anything
Epic.
different.
It's only doing it after I get kicked from the game.
Yeah, I just restart Epic.
Yeah, that might work, or it might be that your router's had a bit of a wobble.
The thing is, my router's an absolute fucking pain in the ass to do anything with because it's not a normal router.
Yeah, so I'd start with just restart Epic, and it will probably just be fine.
Epic's updating, would that do it?
No, just restart Epic. I'm pretty sure we just got
Yeah,
kicked
just
because
restarted it. It's
Epic
installing the update.
to.
Yeah, you didn't have to do anything the other day except try again. So
Sorry,
Yeah.
what was it installing the update to?
Sorry?
What was it installing the update to?
Epic, it installed the update when I relaunched
Oh,
it.
okay. And I'm just towing the bandit along. So this is one of people's complaints. In MudRunner, you could just drag a vehicle. In SnowRunner, when you drag a vehicle, it magically steers and uses its engine to drive along. Sorry.
So, Adam, you're just using your time productively to move the vehicle down the lane, ready for when we fail.
Yes, I am. I'm moving 2 vehicles. So, result. Paul, are you still in chat? And if so, does the concept of let's just say a rip-off, a rip-off of this amuse you? Because as far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, outside of shit games, and there are a number of shit ones, there is Farming Sim series and Spin Tires, MudRunner, and SnowRunner. I don't know of any other series of games about driving vehicles around slowly, big vehicles. Off-road, should we say?
There's probably like a JCB game or something. Have you seen this is not really connected, but have you seen that? I think it's called a Long Drive game. 'Cause you know that channel you mentioned yesterday about that has good compression on its YouTube channel.
Fail Race, yeah. Fail Race, yeah.
So I look at that channel, and the first video was him playing a game, an in development game called Long Drive, or early access game.
Shalka, my point is there are a whole bunch of vehicle driving games with the word simulator in them that are utterly shit. Like, utter utter arse.
Yeah, that's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it? Saying simulator means you don't... It's a game.
Yeah. But there's like tunnel boring simulator. I'll link you a video of it, and you can make your own mind up and go, yeah, you're right, that's shit. Oh.
Okay, I'm now in game, and I see you and Mr. Nobody driving the truck.
I'm just dragging it along.
No, there's two of you driving.
No, I'm dragging it.
Oh, okay. I'm now in it.
Yeah, Schalke, I can't remember who did the video. There's a video of it. It's tunnel boring simulator, and it's barely a game. It's more of a Unity tech demo. Winch on to me, Jay?
Which button's that?
Triangle? The one at the top. Assuming it's in the same order. Nope, that's a tree. Or do it via the functions menu. And the mouse, let's be honest.
I've not got a winch. Oh, right, okay, never mind. It's got little dots.
Hopefully I'm preaching to the converted here, but Si, one upgrade to get first and never skimp out on is the snorkel.
Yeah. I got them as soon as I could.
Good. It annoys me. It amuses me that snorkels in this are super duper expensive, but in reality, snorkels they're just a bit of metal, and there are different height snorkels in this game, and you're like, I could just put the biggest snorkel on. It's just a whacking great tube
on the top.
Yeah,
for a little bit.
I know it's cold air intake actually, so it'll probably last.
Work.
Yeah, it'll probably last for a long time.
Yeah, but when it gets wet, it won't last very long.
Well, it will because they're foil lined.
Until the rain hits it.
Foil.
Shall I release the winch yet?
I think I'm faster than you, Jay, so no.
Oh, okay.
I say that, and then the vehicles stop moving. But yeah, the only drawback is, realistically, to do a Kickstarter is a lot of work. Like, I need to have a month's worth of social media content and little video clips. You don't just put it up and come back a month later to see how it did. You have to continuously, every day, try and get traffic there.
Yeah, you'll need like a community manager and deal with people trying to talk to you.
Let's be honest, if I've got the issue that there's that many people trying to talk to me, I'm probably fine. The issue is getting the people.
Have you seen Kickstarter?
What do you mean, have I seen Kickstarter? Like,
you get very active Kickstarters with lots of interest in them.
Sure, then that's fine. If I have an active Kickstarter... Yeah, but if I have an active Kickstarter, I'm almost definitely fine. I'm not asking for half
quite
million
often you see comments from people saying, "Oh, sorry, we've been quiet. It's because we've been busy working on the thing that you've paid for."
Oh no, I'm
going through this tunnel.
Yes, I mean once the Kickstarter's passed, it doesn't matter at that point. Take as long as you like. My worry is the sheer amount of time I would need to spend on the Kickstarter. Reverse, Jay, reverse. The amount of time I need to spend on the Kickstarter in order to get it to succeed. That concerns me, but we've never done a Kickstarter, and we keep talking about it, and we probably should.
So, how do you mean the amount of time you have to spend on the Kickstarter?
Like, well, first of all, I have to spend a lot of time having something to show. And a lot of Kickstarters these days, what they do is they write the game, like they do one level of the game, and then they go, we'll do more levels. Essentially, we'll write this game, but they've already done it. They've already ploughed in 18 months of half a dozen people's time.
Well, this is one that I mentioned the other day in the chat. There's a card game that someone I know is making. They haven't even launched the Kickstarter yet, but I know for a fact the game is finished because I've done all the dev work in Tabletop Simulator with them.
Yeah.
Like we've done all the playthroughs. The game is ready, it's out there. But he's selling cards, like custom cards.
Yeah.
They're already pre-made.
Yeah, so I don't have the luxury of doing that. This is a genuine Kickstarter rather than a scam one. And unfortunately, a lot of them out there they're obviously scams. Oh, we've worked on this game for the last 5 years in our spare time. It's like, well, then finish the game. You've got this far in your spare time. Finish the game. You don't need this game to make money. Yes, it'll be done quicker, but you obviously don't need it. Great Giannis was the worst. They got their Kickstarter, sailed through like $4 million something, and then the game came out 6 weeks later. It's like, oh, holy shit, you really didn't need them. You were already done. So a lot of Kickstarters do that, but I would like to do this game, but I want to know before I do it that it's going to be a success and it's a game that's wanted.
I think that's not always a scam, but with some physical products they do that because they're pretty much there, but they need the money to buy the tools to scale up production and to market it and stuff like that. So,
well, current Kickstarter rules.
To make packaging. Current
Kickstarter rules say that if it is a hardware project, you have to show them a working version first, which to my mind kind of misses the point of Kickstarter. But there we go.
Yeah, it probably excludes some people who have a dream but no money to even make a prototype.
Because I mean, I've got to the situation with Kickstarter now that if I wanted to do it properly. And again, I'm still thinking about this. To do it properly, I would need to get a Kickstarter together for about 40 grand. And that would pay for 4 people for a couple of months to put together something with which we could do a proper Kickstarter for $250,000. That's the stupid scenario that we're in with Kickstarters these days. That they expect you to show off a near final, but a vertical slice, near final project. But I was looking at the Spin Tires Kickstarter and I'm like, that I can do, but that was 10 years ago.
It's telling me to launch an observation. Do I need to do that?
No, it's done.
It's a cutscene, basically.
Oh, right, okay. So it doesn't unlock anything for me in particular.
It unlocks anyway when you reach the thing.
Incidentally, have any of you watched Invincible?
I don't think so.
It's a superhero series on Amazon Prime. I've just seen the first episode and I can thoroughly recommend it. It subverted my expectations wonderfully in a similar way that The Boys did. I assume you've all seen The Boys?
No.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, really. I don't really watch a lot of TV.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of TV, but there are some things that are worth watching, and I try and watch those. And The Boys is just everything that Marvel and DC should be. Superheroes are real, and they are massively tied up with their sponsors and their public image, and they're actually all a bunch of fucks behind closed doors because they can do whatever the fuck they like and get away with it. And it's just superb. And it's in the first episode, Bibble's along for, I don't know, 10-20 minutes like a normal episode, and there's one character who's basically the Flash, and he fucks up and he runs through someone and just explodes them into a mist, and the other actor gets completely covered in gore and blood. At this point you're like, holy shit, this is not Marvel at all. It's really very, very good. And season 2 was brilliant. The actor that plays Homelander is just superb. He is he's a lovely, lovely bloke, and it's a good casting choice because he's New Zealander, and he's done a lot of sitcoms, and he's a lovely bloke, and everyone loves him. So it's the same thing as Game of Thrones, where they got what's his name, Ruin Johnston. So he was in, I can't remember his real name, I'm so sorry. He was in Misfits, and he's lovely. He's a beautiful, lovely, wonderful bloke, and he's just wonderful in Misfits, and everyone loved him. Then he was Theon Greyjoy in, the dick cutting man in Game of Thrones. So again, he was a great casting choice because they cast someone who's lovely, and then made them absolutely horrendous. It'd be like casting, what's his face? Who's the guy everybody loves? Not Ryan. Who plays Deadpool? Not Ryan. Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, it's like casting him as
Reynolds.
Yeah, casting him as an absolute horrendous sadist. You're like, oh, but he's lovely. He can't be doing this. So yeah.
Or casting Noel Clarke as someone nice.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Apparently that's gone from no, there is nothing to no, there's nothing but I apologise for what I did to the police are now involved. I've just vaguely been following it on Twitter.
And more allegations. That's what happens though. People are bad. They get away with it. They get confident. They start to think that they can do things without anyone ever catching them. Like they've got some kind of talent for not getting caught or noticed doing the bad things that they do. And then suddenly it all unravels very, very rapidly.
Yeah,
Slowly at first, and then quickly.
I suspect he's not going to be in Doctor Who anymore. Yeah, Shaka, the reason I watch Invincible is I've been hearing good things about it, and they just announced that they've been set up for season 2 and 3. So I'm like, okay, and I gave it a watch, and it's just fucking ace. It started well, blibbled well, and then it just ended on I'll say a high. So yeah, I can certainly recommend the first episode. I don't know about the whole season. I'll let you know. I'm just not sure I like the modern style of animated feature films. It kind of feels like I'm watching a full-length Flash cartoon. It looks like Flash. Can I have some fuel, please, Jay?
Oh, may have come a little bit too close. That's a point. I'm actually out of fuel myself. I should probably refuel that, shouldn't I?
Thankfully you can't really run out because you've got a big thing at the back. I've only seen the first season, Shauka, and the first episode, and I can very much recommend it. Apparently, it is very good all the way through, and they've just renewed it for season 2 and 3.
Has that given you what you need? Or have I just taken fuel?
And you know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So I've got 1,500 litres of fuel in my fuel tank, but I can't refuel the Royal.
I'm full. I'm full.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought. I just said to you, have I refueled you? And you said no.
Oh, no, I was talking to Brett. Yeah, I do, Brett, because he's busy typing rather than engaging his brain. He's obsessed with mobs animating at different rates. I'm like, yeah, but the time between start attack animation and hit, you want me to vary it from 1/10 of a second to 150 milliseconds when I'm running at 200 millisecond ping. Great, okay.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's going to make no difference at all.
Force feedback stopped again. I wonder if it's the could it be the heat protection kicking in?
Doubtful.
It says it will do.
Did it happen just after the teleport between the 2 levels?
If it did, I didn't notice right away. It's possible.
If you teleport to the garage, just you personally teleport to the garage and back out, that will potentially fix it.
Okay.
Because that forces a level load, which I think forces it to resync.
Okay, that'd be cool if that's true. Right, let's try. Oh, is there a garage here?
No.
Oh, so I won't be doing that then.
So, Brett, the problem is that I made these decisions coming up to a year ago because they were the right ones, and now they're like, oh, do we have to do it like this? Like, yes, we do. Right, there we go. Target management.
I'm worried about what he's typing. I'm worried he's going to turn around and say, let's change it.
Oops, didn't mean to hit you. Can I take a 60 to 90 second break?
Yeah.
Okay, back in a minute.
That was oddly specific. Why would we tell you you couldn't? No, you must remain at this computer. Please hold.
A friend of mine, he lovely bloke. I'll say he had a little bit of social anxiety, but the first day he started at work, he's there, and he'd never worked anywhere before. He sat there and he just sort of raised his hand to his boss, and he's like, yeah? He goes, can I go to the toilet? And he's like, you don't have to ask, please don't raise your hand. But it's his first office job ever, and he'd more or less come from college, then university, and then that. But yeah, I had to laugh.
Honestly, that's going to be me going to like a studio at some point. Just not quite that stupid, but
I have to say, when you do go into a studio, dress appropriately. We used to love the game of, hold on, we've got university graduates coming around for interviews. They're wearing suits, look at them.
I make all my staff raise their hand to go to the toilet. Well, actually, I don't, but they do have to ask if they can open the door.
I find this really funny because when I have like interviews with like game dev people like in the past, my parents are like, you should wear a suit for the Zoom call for the interview. And I'm like, no, they're not going to. They're going to be wearing like a shirt, and that's like it at most.
No, you should ideally wear a T-shirt that represents a game, or so it's a good talking point. And I used to, when I did interviews, I used to do this. I used to have my PSP on the desk before the UK's PSP launch, and someone would get an instant mark if they're positive. They're like, is that the PSP? Yeah. What are they like? Where did you get one? How did you import it? What games are like? You wanted to show they had interest in the games industry, the wider games industry.
See, that's actually kind of annoying for me because I don't think I actually have any branded shirts. I tend to avoid logos and stuff on my like shirts. I don't know why. It's just a habit, I think.
Well, just pretend that you are Cloud. Just talk all in. Just speak in an Italian accent. Hello, it's me, Brett. I'm here for the interview.
It's me, a Cloud. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so Zebra, Invincible is written by the guy who did the Walking Dead comics.
Is that show good, by the way? I've heard some people...
The first episode is fucking awesome. Just watch the first episode. It's on Amazon Prime. If you don't like that, then, I don't know. But the first episode was I'm going to give it a solid 10 out of 10 all the way through. Yeah.
What show is that?
Invincible.
Alright.
So it's Amazon Prime. Interestingly, I haven't watched not Fly Me to the Moon, what's it called? For Mankind. As I said, I should have signed up for my free year of Apple TV and I forgot. So, yeah.
We have some good shows on that.
I have seen Apple TV. I did the week-long trial of it. To be honest, there wasn't as much content there for a $5 a month as...
Yeah, one thing I'll say about that is they're not trying to have the most content. They're trying to have good quality content.
That's what I was going to say. Was there wasn't a lot there, but what was there was worth watching.
Yeah, exactly. They won't just sort of...
I'm under the impression yeah, because the first 3 shows they put up were massively and widely panned, and I'm under the impression the entire system stumbled for nearly a year.
Yeah,
because they shot themselves in the foot.
That what was it? The sort of Dragon's Den thing for app development or something. It was abysmal, but I think they were just. It's not so much they're keeping their powder dry. I think they were just buying time whilst they got some shows produced. But yeah, they certainly rectified that. Yeah, I agree. They're awful, the first things.
Yeah, but that's why
I'm really good. And Ted Lasso is widely claimed and loved.
Because I didn't bother getting Apple TV because of that initial set of there's literally no worth. So I was like, all right, then.
I almost didn't look at it as well for the same reason. But eventually, you can't sort of drown out the clamour of people going, "Oh, Ted Lasso is brilliant."
I can't disagree or agree. Because I've literally never heard those 2 words together in my whole life, so...
There was a series on there that was the reason I actually looked into Apple TV. I can't remember the name of it, and it was really good.
Jay, if you want to fill up Si, I will... Si, if you want to get the south one, I will get the... the one in front of... the west one.
Where is Si?
About 20 feet from you.
I'm getting some metal beam.
Yes.
Oh, right, you're Izzard, aren't you? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, Izzard. Yeah, the problem is that Si's real name is Malcolm, and Malcolm's real nickname is Si.
Wait, what? Is it actually?
Yes. That's why no matter what I say, someone's going to get confused.
Because we like things confusing here.
So if I say Si, Malcolm thinks I'm using his nickname, and Izzard thinks I'm using his real name. Or if I say Si, meaning Izzard, that means that Malcolm thinks I'm using his nickname. I can't win.
I mean, is that better or worse than having multiple people with the same name, though?
Well, at the arcade, we've got a lot of people called Dave. So we have a Dave, a David, and a Davey, just to try and overcome that. But then the guy who owns the arcade is called Andy. And then we have another Andy, who is the workman. He's the handyman. So we call him Mr. Lister because his name's Andy Lister. So we literally call him Mr. Lister. Poor guy. He almost literally does not have a first name at the arcade anymore.
I remember this back in school though. Some people in my classes were like, I think we had like 4 or 5 Jameses or something, so everyone just started referring to them as their last name, because like it's just easier.
Which ball pole do you want me to go to? 1, 2, or 3?
South, just due south of where you pick it up.
The only issue with that then,
I don't know which number that is. I'm afraid.
I think at one point at college I met a pair of twins, but they both
4 twins.
They both what?
4 twins.
No, what? Very funny.
Well, you said a pair of twins.
One pair of twins. Then.
That's 4 twins. 2 pairs of twins would be 8. No, with 2 pairs of twins.
One pair of twins is 2 twins. Wait.
No.
One set of twins.
One set of twins is fine. But what you just said was 2 pairs of trousers, and I went 4 legs. You're like 2 legs.
4 arms, not 4 trousers.
It's blocking up the traffic here.
So I'm thinking this fuel tanker has actually got some physics, because I've just emptied it to about half, and the back end of this truck is rolling like a mother trucker.
Incidentally, Brett, how rapid does Ari think we were going to make the mobs attack?
That's a good question.
Like, I'm expecting attack, and idle, telegraph, attack.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I'm thinking like, oh, each tier maybe they attack 0.1 faster or something. It's not a lot. But no, what was I saying? There was a
lots of people called Jane.
A set of twins at college who had obviously they shared their last name, but then they also had each of them shared a name with someone in the group, so we couldn't refer to them by their last names because they said others.
What was their first name? Like Jingle and Jangle?
No.
Was their first name The?
What?
The twins.
Oh. Very
Funny.
Are you allowed to have twins and then name them both the same name legally?
I don't see why not.
You can do anything that isn't illegal.
Would you have to name one of them like something the first and the other one something the second?
Well, no. I wonder if I could just have two twins, both. Because a friend of mine, he's called John Smith, and he's led a very difficult life with no one believing him.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, you know, they'd have different fingerprints at least, so.
I'm googling this. Let's find out. If you give birth to identical twins, is it permitted to give them identical names? And if you did, what would be the implications?
Holy shit, that's quite
confusing.
Is it possible for identical twins to have identical fingerprints?
I think they do, don't they?
No, everyone's fingerprints are unique.
See, this is something that I saw on CSI. They arrested a set of twins because they both had the same fingerprints.
Can you fuel me up, Jay? And also, so I take great chagrin with that. I believe it's about 1 in 80 million fingerprints.
No, you're confused. You're thinking of, like, if you classify them and count up the permutations of the classifications, you might end up with the same classification. That's not the same as having the same fingerprints.
Jay, can you...
fingerprint expert, that'd be
cool.
Can't you also get people that don't have fingerprints? I get the weird, like,
do
that weird...
one I'm here as well.
Yeah. I mean, you can get rid of your fingerprints. Oh,
I mean, like, some people are born without them, though, right? There's, like, a big weird mutation you can get that's like...
So is your point that everyone has unique fingerprints because, like, even if they were identical at the moment of birth, they would be different just through environmental factors and just things, or it's
just a matter of how closely you look at them. If you look at them at the microscope, when you're analysing fingerprints, they're different, so you can tell 2 people apart reliably every time.
Different because it's easier for him.
So this truck, I've just refueled you, and when I empty fuel out of it, it gives me a green fluid effect on the tank.
Yes, that shows you how much fuel is remaining in the tank.
Right. That went down again after I refueled myself. It was still visible when I went round the corner. As I went round the corner, that whole lot of fluid went right up to the top of the tank as if it was going to flip me.
Yeah, it's just visual. There's no physics on that. That's purely a very fancy visual effect.
But it was nice.
It is nice.
What's next, by the way?
I don't know, actually. Well, I'm just going to go and pick up fallen antenna. I've also just unlocked... I'm just seeing if there was a... No, that's... No, I was just seeing if there was a power-up in that tunnel. But there isn't. Sometimes there is.
Gone the wrong way.
But so, within the accuracy of, you know, regular forensic science, you get non-unique fingerprints. Like I thought about 1 in 80 million are so similar that with the level of fingerprint detection technology, you know, and under an electron microscope or whatever, but I didn't think they were that different. Just pretty good.
No, talk about if you've got a full set of prints, like we're talking about whether two people can be distinct. Well, that's what I'm talking about. If two people can be distinguished, even if they've got the same name and the same DNA and wear the same clothes, yes, you can tell them apart by their fingerprint. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but is there, with our accuracy of fingerprints that we generally use, can you get two people?
You're scrabbling to get some sort of concession where there's some edge case where what you think is truth, but it isn't.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm making sure I'm understanding. So I was under the impression that fingerprinting was pretty good, but you know we don't break out an electron microscope and start measuring at the fucking atomic level. We have a level of accuracy, you know, 100th of a millimeter or whatever. But I was under the impression at that level of accuracy, which is the one we use, that they are pretty damned accurate. But it's like saying there are no such thing as two identical snowflakes, because they bloody well are. But I was just under the impression that they were, you know, almost entirely, you know, it's about 1 in 80 million is the number my brain is telling me.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid, I remember people, you know, you'd get in books that no two snowflakes are alike. Well, I always assumed that just meant, you know, they're so varied that if you
left or
look
right
at any two, they'll be different.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation, but I imagine, like, given a large enough sample size, you run into some that are pretty much identical. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it might be the same as just humans. Like, if you look through enough humans, you might find one that looks pretty much just like you. But it would take
definitely.
A lot.
There's probably multiple, if not dozens, of people in the world that look so closely to you that most people would have trouble telling you apart.
Yeah,
I think my favourite example of this is I'm pretty sure there's subreddits dedicated to people that are like doppelgangers of like Nick Cage.
Yeah, I mean, have you heard of a guy, Brett, called Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I look like him. Actually, sorry, I might have mentioned this one before, but I met the guy who's in charge of Eurogamer. Lovely bloke, completely forgot his name, and I met him and we were chatting about stuff, and I said, I have to say this, I said, has anyone ever told you you are the utter spitting image of Eddie Izzard? Because he really, really is. And he's like, yes, he goes, I get that all the time. And I'm like, oh. And he goes, I met Eddie Izzard once, and he was not happy because this guy's about 6 foot, and Eddie Izzard, I think, is 5'4", 5'5". But a petite gentleman, and he wasn't very happy that basically this guy looks like a taller and more handsome Eddie Izzard than Eddie Izzard.
There was a Barclaycard advert or something years ago, and there was a brief shot of a guy in that. It looked a lot like me, to the point where it creeped me out. It was like slightly freaky, like I thought I was imagining it. Eurogamer. Looking up Wikipedia.
Gordon... someone. Gordon. Okay, we need one cargo container here, and then there are apparently 5 other things to do on this level.
There's no Gordon on the Wikipedia article. That's a shame. Mind you, it's 21 years old, Eurogamer, apparently. So.
Do you think we can do... So we've got
Eurogamer.
We've got 2 quests. So, can someone bring cargo? Specifically... wrong quest. Specifically, cargo container. Oh, wait, a specific cargo container. Does anyone have a crane?
The fuel order?
No.
Fuel order?
No.
I found the...
Does anyone have a crane?
I would do fuel order since we're here.
Right. Do we have a crane? Every time I said that, you say fuel order. We don't have a crane, do we? Right, let me go grab a crane. Ugh. So can we also do the other quest that's there that I forgot the name of? With a little help from my friends, I think it was called. We have to go to. We have to go to 5
Gordon
places.
Somebody.
I think it's Gordon someone.
Is the Gordon somebody Seth Gordon?
Scout is recommended.
Yeah. Well.
So I threw in the chat pictures and fingerprints of a person that's got this disease called adematolophia. I think that's how you pronounce that. I don't know, but so if you had a pair of twins that had that disease, would you be able to differentiate them by fingerprints?
I suspect not.
Doesn't
They
Wells
have bridges.
fingerprints in Men in Black.
Right, well, I'm on my way then.
I always kind of wondered the same thing about the whole like eye scanner idea. I don't know how many permutations of eyes you can possibly have. Because isn't it like partially like, I don't want to say fluid, but like...
Oh, it says second green. What?
Yeah, we have to pick it up. That's why I'm suggesting you do the other quest.
Oh.
There you go. So let me say you got all the way there and then disconnected. So there's 2 quests in this area. If we can do that, I think we're done on quests in this area and we never have to revisit ever again.
No, I drove your Dan. Your
Oh,
Dan's
good.
still over
Ah, excellent. I wish I put a crane on it now.
Are you in?
Are you full?
We are. Well,
Are you full?
Retain more
No, we're-
repair points.
well, we are technically full, but only not because Tad just disconnected like 3 seconds ago because he crashed. Or
Oh dear.
it's been a bit.
there. Now our internet lagged out.
bit
If he
crashy,
hurries, he can have it.
No. I'm enjoying a big bowl of monge.
What?
I think he said blancmange, but we didn't get the blur, so we heard,
Yeah,
I'm enjoying
exactly.
a big bowl of monge. Ah, some monge.
Is what I heard.
Dangerously close to minge.
Some white meat.
This is not hot. No, minge isn't. Maybe it is, isn't it?
Well, I hope minge is hot.
If it's not, I'm even more worried, man.
Hot minge. Yum.
Is it possible to get rid of your fingerprints and then, like, what's the word? Not lacerate, some new ones on. What's it called when you burn stuff? Burn flesh.
Eagle
Brand?
No, stop.
Brand. Yeah.
Brand. Yeah, can I brand on new fingerprints?
Brand. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, Brett. Your best bet is to wear gloves. That solves the fingerprint issue in one wonderful first step.
Ah,
There
yes.
was a film
Now,
many,
now I
many
can
years
finally
ago.
break into that bank I've been planning to go to.
I can't remember the name of it now. It was Robin Williams in it under an alias name,
Fuck.
where he played a teacher that was also a spy or after this president's daughter or something. And he actually chopped his fingerprints off and put fake ones on and assumed a new identity and everything. Bloody brilliant film, but I can't remember
Hey,
the
can
name
you
of it.
pull out your Tartarin?
Yeah.
Because
that-
that's gonna do your little
British
quest of
Williams.
all the flags much faster.
So you don't reckon the guys there can do it then? Oh no, I can't pull up my. Oh yes, I can. No, never mind. I can.
Your truck here is all refueled and repaired, but I'm out of repair point.
Yeah, I'm leaving it there for the minute because I need to bring a crane and not roll it this time.
Okay, anything I can do? Or should I just sit here and
Oh well,
enjoy it?
there's 2 quests on that area. Fallen antenna, which I'm bringing the necessary, and another one where you have to touch a bunch of flags. Now Tad reckons you can't do it. I reckon you guys can.
Where do I see these quests?
On the map. So yeah, while we have a fairly full chat, do we have any suggestions or thoughts for Tuesday? I've got one, but I don't want to put it forward until we've had some other sort of comments and thoughts. Either revisiting an old game, a game that we played before and we haven't finished, that's had updates, replaying a game that we really enjoyed, or playing a brand new game, or playing a retro game. Anything is on the table. And as I'd like to play something VR, but I'm struggling to find something VR that we can all play. Well, we're waiting for the Ministry 7 patch. Or 8, whichever's next.
Is a Ministry big patch coming?
Yeah. Yeah, because remember we've got to the point in Ministry where we're in charge of the planet. The next section is better planet management and then multiple planets.
Ooh.
I like Ministry. I wish I had more. I wish I worked, because then I would just spend my board time at work, like googling Ministry mods and stuff. But I don't have that sort of I'm bored at work and I don't really want to work spare time. I tend to be working all the time. I'm sure there are some great Ministry mods out there for stuff. But
But can I repair my truck?
nowhere. You spent your repair points on me. Should have thought you should have thought it through. So you are a very long way away from civilization, basically.
Right. Okay. I'm thinking of trying this quest with this bandit.
Which quest? The 5 Flags one?
6 Flags.
6 Flags. Yeah, go for it.
When you say want a VR game, do you want one that's playable not in VR as well, though?
Well, unfortunately, not everyone's got a VR headset, and a lot of VR games, like, I can play them, you can play them, Rob can't, Max can't, because they don't have enough room in their computer setups. They'll punch the monitors. Sai's got VR, but it's the wrong type entirely.
Yeah, what's he got? Has he got, like, one of the...
PSVR.
Oh, right.
Works for Wreckfest and Star Wars Squadron.
Wait, Wreckfest?
Because the issue there is just...
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I meant Rec Room.
Because
you're essentially saying I want a VR thing, but you want like the most niche thing in the world, which is like non-VR compatibility and VR games where you're expected to not move around.
Not necessarily. You see, Si, I'd already reached my mouse out to buy a PlayStation 5 at that point.
Yeah.
Like, wait a moment. Not really, Brett. For instance, Live for Speed fulfills that perfectly. It's Pancake and VR, and you don't need to stand up to play it. You can play it on steering wheel. We could do Live for Speed on Tuesday, though we are very much turning into a racing game channel at that point. Or it's a vehicle game. I'm so going to fuck this up. No, I'm good. Is this the smallest vehicle with a crane, by the way, Tad?
But yeah, that's what I mean. But that's like...
I'll take that bet.
Like, essentially in that limitation, you're limiting yourself essentially to Rec Room VR chat and like racing games, right? And that's like it.
No. Air Mech, for example, would work. Defense Grid would work. There are plenty of games that would work, but the problem with a lot of them is they're Oculus only, or they're Windows Virtual Reality only, or Steam VR only, or no cross-platform. Like Beat Saber won't work, for example. Much as I would love to play it and show you how it's done, it's not.
I mean, there is always that thing. If we want to try something that's on Oculus, there's always that thing that I
Yeah, but I've got an Oculus. Malcolm's got an Oculus, and Rob and Max don't.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like, there's a thing that lets you play it on non-Oculus devices. But I don't know about PSVR, obviously.
No. God, this thing is no. Dad, save me. This is why we convoy. Maybe you misunderstood save me, we just dragged me through the mud.
I guess rather than racing games, I should just say games where you just sit down and don't do much.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, cockpit games is fine. Like a submarine cockpit game would be awesome, but they're just aren't any.
I guess, but if you're limiting yourself to cockpit games for VR, at that point you might as well just not play it in VR, right?
Well, no.
It's not like I mean, obviously there's benefits to play it in VR.
God,
like,
yeah.
You're not getting a whole lot out of the VR if that's the only thing you're playing on.
Are you serious? The thing you get out of VR more than anything else is presence. It's scale and it's interocular distance and your parallax. So cockpit games are the best because you've got something close by and detailed to present to you the presence of something close, and then you have something enormous and far off. Like in Star Wars, going past a Star Destroyer in an A-wing is just incredible. It's absolutely some of the best VR stuff I've ever done. So no, I completely disagree. Cockpit experiences are the best. I mean, No Man's Sky in a cockpit is jaw-dropping.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, like, it's a very... I don't want to say limited field of stuff that we can play, though,
well,
essentially.
Yeah, sitting down VR experiences is more limited than all VR experiences, but I would say probably covers the vast majority of ones that can also be played Pancake, because unfortunately Schalke does not have a VR headset. I'd say Tad doesn't, but his internet precludes him from half the games we play anyway.
Right, what's happening in SnowRunner right now?
I'm bringing a crane, and you and Jay were picking up the flags, I thought.
picking up the flags.
There's a quest there. Pick up the flags. I don't know what the quest is called. A little help for my friends, I think.
Oh, I'm going.
There goes Sad again. Or, Si, jump into the Tartarin. Because that is a scout. That would definitely do it.
I'm looking at the
Unstoppable.
flaming barrels, fallen antenna.
Oh, it might be flaming barrels. You've got to pick up 5 something or others. Or touch 5 something or others.
Flaming
a little
barrels
help
is
from my
delivered
friends. I've done 2
one oil
of 6.
barrel.
I didn't get a word of that. You just talked over each other.
Sorry.
Flaming barrels is deliver to the barrel platform oil barrels ×1.
Is that...
That's a contest, actually.
Oh, is that entirely within Island Lake?
Well, ostensibly, but I don't know where the oil barrel is that you're supposed to take to. You take it from, you pick it up at the log station where I am now, and that starts the timer, and then you've got to deliver it to the barrel platform at the bottom right. I don't know where the oil barrel is.
That will probably be very close to the beginning of the contest. I'd be quite surprised if it wasn't. Usually it is.
Okay.
You can always grab it and save.
Oh yeah. I think. No, that's the contest itself, isn't it?
The only problem with that,
I grabbed it.
the only problem with that particular mission is you're nowhere near a fuel source, so you can't repeat it. And if you screw it up, you have to just sit there. I haven't done that one.
Yeah, I got nothing for game suggestions.
There's only 3 points remaining on this mission.
There's only 3. Oh, good job. Yeah, no, I would prefer VR. That doesn't mean it has to be VR or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I get that. I'm just saying like this. You're putting so many restrictions on it that there's not.
Well,
there's like 2 or 3 games we can actually play.
What? Almost every racing game with VR, for example, and there's quite a few of those.
I guess.
And Elite, and No Man's Sky, and Star Commander, whatever it's called. What's it called?
So are
Star
all of
Citizen.
these playable cross-platform with PSVR?
No, not PSVR, but Sai is filthy console peasant. So if he doesn't come along, the average IQ just goes up basically.
Wait, what?
That's how it works. Oh God, this thing is. It's like a drunken Labrador.
Also, when I'm looking, I'm trying to avoid like racing games too much because there's already a ton of those on the rotation.
Well, there's not. There's only one, unless.
I mean, okay. How many are you playing on a steering wheel then?
That's not. This is not a racing game.
Okay, I know it's not a racing game. Today's farming sim. I know it's not. Is it farming sim today? I don't even know.
No.
It's just TBD.
SnowRunner. No, today's
SnowRunner, okay.
SnowRunner Saturdays. We've got Farming Friday, SnowRunner Saturdays, and Sunday driving. Then we've got Traumatic Mondays. But we're looking for something for Tuesday. Zebra, I believe that the people who lost in the Josh battle have to change their name to just John Doe. Oh, they all had to reverse their names. How brilliant would that be? So they had to swap their first and their surname. So instead of being, Josh Willoughby, they became Willoughby Josh.
And then you come across one Josh guy who's got a first name as a last name. It's like Josh Adams. Now I'm Adam Josh.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have been allowed to fight in the Battle of the Joshes.
What, because he wasn't a Josh?
Yes, did you not hear at the Battle of the Joshes?
What? So they weren't allowed to fight if their last name was a first name?
They weren't allowed to fight if their name wasn't Josh.
Yeah, I'm saying what if the person's name was Josh something, but their last name is a name that's traditionally a first name, and you just switch them.
Well, then they would just switch their name around. They would just become
Okay.
Josh. If they become Adam Josh rather than Josh Adams.
I feel like I've ruined it in my head trying to explain it.
Yeah, it's jokes, Brett, are like children. They die when you try and take them apart.
This is, dear.
Or dissect them if you prefer.
Or poison them in their sleep if it's ethical.
No, how do you poison a joke in its sleep? You're ruining my metaphor.
But is it ethical?
Is it ethical to poison a joke?
Yes.
I don't know. But so no one has any suggestions. No one has. Oh, we should play.
Nah.
Nah. Brilliant. Thanks, Brett.
You're welcome.
Right, so I'm heading over towards the dam. That's just straight. I'm heading over towards the Dan. Then I'm. Oh no, I'm not going that way. I'm
The
going to go.
internet says this is a bump.
I may or may not be a little bit stuck.
Well, that's entirely a possibility, but that's why Tad's coming to get all the ones that you can't. Sorry, what does the internet say?
Oh.
Is it about...
Internet says that when you do flaming barrels, sometimes the barrels don't spawn.
Oh, is that the cargo, the repeatable timer bomb?
Contest, yeah.
Oh, in that case, just
Yeah.
restart it.
It doesn't work even when you restart it.
Oh. The thing...
Yeah.
Is that what's happened to you?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I understand that they might bug on release, but this has been out for quite a while now. I'm quite surprised they've got issues like that.
Just hit a year.
Yes.
What were you going to suggest then?
Well, well, no one has suggested anything. I do try and not just be the only one to sort of push stuff forwards, you see. But I have a suggestion, but it's in my head.
I offered Mindustry, but we're going to wait on that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately with Mindustry, there isn't... I love Mindustry, but there isn't anything the game offers we haven't done. There is PvP in it, but the PvP is mostly a PvE race rather than an actual PvP in any sort. Yeah, I was going to suggest Descent, which we played through up to level 7 last time co-op, and we played a whole bunch of deathmatch. So there's a high-resolution update to Descent. It's on the Google Drive. It's absolutely superb. Yeah, but Tad, Shalka, how do we know what's a good PvP map without sitting there and playing a whole bunch of crap ones? Wait, we've played quite a few, and they've all been crap.
Are you talking about Mindustry?
Mindustry, yeah. I absolutely love Mindustry. I really, really do. But I want them to fix the transitioning between maps code, and I want them to implement the multiple planets stuff. We did put a lot of time into it as well, Tad. Sorry.
Maybe if you talk about it enough on stream again, you'll get the dev to come on like you did with Dungeon Defenders.
I feel bad. We just didn't. We just sort of stopped because there wasn't enough of interest to play it. I do like Dungeon Defenders.
It looked fun. I don't know if I'd be able to play it for a long period of time though.
Are you still in Drummond Island? Oh, no, you're not. You're down there.
Island Lake,
Or an
yeah.
island lake.
Yeah.
So...
One that's a real pain in the butt.
I'm bringing a crane, and I do not know whether or not I have brought the wrong crane, or whether
You're going to fall an antenna, are you?
I'm going to full antenna. I don't even know if I can load it into myself, or whether it will only go into a bigger truck.
I'll drive there so I
Okay.
can watch.
I
I'll
can't.
do a recce.
So,
I
see,
might see what
Tad, you can't say I can't to an or question.
there is in Game Pass because
Yes.
I got it for what's it called?
Breakfast.
Breakfast, and then we played it once and then we switched.
Well, yeah. Well, I am as angry about that as you, about having to buy a game, because I bought the DLC twice, but the game once, rather confusingly, and I'm not happy about that I can't do crossplay on Game Pass. I think it's shocking that Microsoft allow half-assed, gimped, hobbled versions of games on Game Pass. I suspect it's probably more down to mods than anything else, because obviously you can't mod
Or
the...
because it causes people to join Game Pass so they can play with you.
Yes, I guess that is true.
Cynical.
Source.
Wait, Roblox is on the Xbox store for Game Pass? That's interesting. There's a
There are
featured
some
game.
quite fun Roblox games.
A lot of them are just in the same vein as like Rec Room
Remakes.
sort of remakes
Yeah.
of things that exist. Yeah, like you'll find a ton of Among Us clones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although more so for games, it tends to be for games that kids can't afford to buy. They'll be like, aha! I can't
Yeah.
afford to play
There's a-
Battlefield, so here's Roblox Battlefield.
Yeah, except we call something different. Like there's a Dead by Daylight game called Escape the Factory or Escape the Facility, and yeah, it's crap, but at the same time quite good fun.
Well, the issue is because it's like kids play it. The stuff that's actually good isn't actually usually at the top on those kind of platforms. It's like Raise Your Slime Tycoon, and you're like, what?
I wish Slime Rancher was multiplayer. That game was superb.
There's a
Loved it.
mod for
Yeah.
Slime Rancher.
It's very pretty.
Have you tried the mod?
I haven't, but if you can mod in multiplayer, that usually indicates to me one of two things. Either A, the game's got networking and they've just not bothered to enable it, or B, it's clunky as all fuck.
I'm scrolling through the Xbox store to see what's on there. It's like oh, indie section, Arc, £60.
Well, technically it's indie.
Technically it is for £60. Fucking hell.
Well, yeah,
Do you
but
think you could make that?
well, Ark was made with by the Dungeon Defenders guys.
Yeah.
And by they took a whole bunch of devs and some of the Dungeon Defenders code, and then got massively sued. Like I think it was 150 million they got sued for, because Ark was hugely successful, so they got sued for a lot of money. That's how it works.
I'm not sure if I like the way the store's laid out on the Xbox app. It's a bit weird.
All digital stores have the same issue. They're too keen to push the most popular thing. So on my Xbox, I play pretty much twin stick shooters. I play very little that is not a twin stick shooter apart from Doom. What does it suggest to me? The latest FIFA, the latest Battlefield, the latest Assassin's Creed. I'm like, you know what I play. I don't play the latest and greatest AAA games under any circumstances. Hey, Si.
Hello.
Oh, where is it?
There you go. I just blocked you from it. There you go.
Is there not like a way to search Game
No.
Pass for certain types of games?
No, you missed the point, Brett. It knows what games I play more than I do.
Oh, no, yeah.
And then it recommends. It's like, welcome, Adam. Why not buy Assassin's Creed? Why don't you go fuck yourself? I don't see this quest, man.
Sorry for suggesting it.
Well, I want to search by like multiplayer to look for games we could try, and like, there's no button to do that.
You just load it up. Why is this a loading point? I just drive in it, so done.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It said I needed a crane.
There is genres at the bottom, but like,
Well, maybe you didn't need the crane.
I can't search by single player or multiplayer, which seems like a very common thing you want to search for.
I think
you didn't need the crane. You just didn't need the crane.
So
I drove here just with the crane.
Absolute arsehole.
It might not have worked without driving there without crane. Though.
So
Or
Tad,
did it say crane recommended?
I think so. I hope so. Fallen Ant had a truck with a crane is recommended. Well,
That's silly then.
well, I can't do it. Oh, my truck's not big enough, so you'll have to do it, and I will come with you in case we need to use a crane at the other end. Good job, Jay.
What?
Is it
You're winched onto that
DJ?
train.
Can
No,
you
no, I know. I
unlock
didn't
the
understand what you just said about.
Press the cargo management button.
Yeah.
Put the things in yourself.
You want me to take this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh God. Yeah, and then we'll take it to the destination. If you need to, and if we need to use a crane at the other end, I don't think I'm big enough.
I should have turned around first.
God, I'm just looking at the front page. It's like recently added. Okay, there's a couple here. Coming soon, one game, and then it's most popular, and then Zombie Uprising, which is for some reason like 3 pages of games, and then Action and Adventure.
What annoys me is most digital stores, they are so keen to sell you games that aren't out yet, and it annoys me. Like, they're like, coming soon, pre-order, early access. I'm like, yeah, but I have 20 quid. I'm bored. It's a Sunday morning. Sell me a game. Don't tell me I can play a game that's not out in 6 weeks. I'm not interested. I have my money now. This is the point of the Xbox, is it's pissing down outside. I don't want to walk the game or buy something. I want to play a new game.
Honestly, the funniest part of this to me here is it's in such a weird order. So it's got most popular, Zombie Uprising, Action, and then Bethesda, and then Shooter, and then what will you play next, and then all PC games. There's no rhyme or reason to the order whatsoever. It's like, oh, here's a Bethesda advert in the middle of it. Why not?
So I could just give you a toe backwards.
Okay, if you want.
Can you unlock the last 3
Just send me
missions
over.
in Dyson Diesel?
Oh, let me just do that first 2 secs.
Actually, no, I want to turn around.
That's why I'm
No.
having difficulty. Apparently, I've completely missed the road by like several meters.
Okay. No, we need to do... They're locked. We need to do Lumber Mill Revival, which I will start. Please move to Smithfield Down. So you have to do Lumber Mill Revival, possibly Fuel Order. Oh yes, we've got three more quests in Smithfield Down. Okay, so I will winch ya.
From what I can tell, we've actually played most of the multiplayer stuff that's on the Game Pass at the moment. Unless I'm missing something.
Do you want to winch onto your front or your back?
I'm turning.
Yeah, I mean, Grounded was awful, but I wanted to like it a lot, and I didn't.
The Game Pass really does try and shove Halo down your throat, though, doesn't it?
Well, it's because it's a big popular game.
I mean, it's
by
Halo
Microsoft.
On Microsoft.
Yeah. It's a bit like I go, wow, this FIFA game doesn't get pushed a lot. Yeah.
No, but it's not like
Again,
a new
this,
one or anything. It's
so,
like it's Halo 2. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because that's the new one, the new remastered one, isn't it? From whatever the face collection. Yeah, this is my point.
Oh, they remastered too?
I think, but this is my point. Is they're way too keen to sell me whatever is currently popular, no matter how much I don't play those sort of games. I think that's an immovable log. I'm afraid so. That log's immovable. Yeah.
Oh yes.
So it is.
I love the way the game has no rhyme nor reason on what are sensible, what logs you can move and what ones you can't. But it annoys me. Steam is equally bad. It's like, hey, why not buy Goat Simulator? Everybody else is. Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's an awful game.
It's not the point. The point is, it was very popular. So it's like, hey, although we know exactly what games you've played, why don't you just buy this popular thing? So yeah, if you do roll this, I do not think this vehicle is big enough to put it back in your...
Well, see, Adam, you say this, but Steam's actually advertising Nomancer at me.
Really?
Yeah, under the Your Hue thing.
I wonder why. It's getting quite good reviews, actually. It's no longer in early access. But yeah, I mean, the queue thing's a good idea in theory.
Pulled the trigger on that?
But the concept of me actively having to go and look for new games misses the point. New games, show me what I want to play. Brilliant.
What the fuck is this? Idle poker. What? So it's just a poker thing where you're also playing Cookie Clicker at the same time.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because all idle games have you clicking. It's probably just a game where you run a big selection of things.
No, you're like clicking cards to flip them over to get money instead of clicking a cookie.
No, Shauka, I 100% disagree. Lots of people like FIFA. That does not mean I want to play FIFA. Steam knows, Xbox knows, PlayStation no. I do not play football games.
The football game.
Yeah, so why does it go, hey, why not play this new football game? You've wasted your advertising slot. The last Assassin's Creed I played was 2. I played it for less than an hour, and most of that was loading screens. I'm never going back.
Do you ever go through the recommendation queues and like add stuff that you're interested in, and say not interested in stuff that you're not interested in? Because I guess that could help it.
So, you're saying, do I ever do Steam's job for it? Very rarely. It should base essentially on my playtime. It knows what I play. It should go, hey, you play. It's getting there. It is improving. But I've written a digital store. I've worked on a digital store. And I am aware of the difficulties, but that's not the point. The point is you have nothing else to do. You have the biggest selection of games in the world. Sell me stuff I want. And this is why this new Apple thing, I'm not happy about this Apple change at all.
What happened?
Apple are stopping you having targeting ads anywhere on iOS.
What did Apple do now?
So no targeted ads, no data sharing, nothing. You can opt out entirely. Brilliant. So now I'm going to get adverts for makeup, nappies, and fucking protein powder or something. Great. So instead of adverts about stuff I might want, I'm going to get shit adverts.
Ooh. Well, they're making it opt-in so that apps have to tell you if they want to track you. Is that what you mean? Is that the thing you're referring to? That's
yeah,
the change.
yeah. Whatever it is, I'll just hit OK. I'm so tired of the fucking GDPR. Could we roll that back? Every website goes, hey, we're going to use cookies. I just want to look at the website. Shut up. If Europe wants to pass it...
Block those pop-ups.
Well, if Europe wants to block it... Well, don't you have to click accept? Like, half websites don't fucking work without cookies. Really?
No, there's a lot where you have to click accept. Yeah, I agree.
I've got a nice plugin for Safari.
Does it just click accept?
No.
I've had plenty of websites just don't work if you haven't enabled cookies. They just don't. The worst one, if I want to click anything, is do you want to allow this website to show notifications? Literally never. No website is ever allowed to show notifications. Stop asking.
I'm so
Why
sorry.
do they ask? Like, there's nothing about this website I'm ever going to come back for.
It's, they're hoping, wishful thinking, I guess.
Speaking of random,
They just
like,
want more traffic. But I thought bandwidth was expensive. I don't understand that.
But like, if 1 in 10,000 people click yes, those are going to get a notification, and of those, 1 in 1,000 might go, all right, I'll come back. And then if they buy a $100 item from your website, cool.
what happened to that? Is it Anthem that EA made? Did that just completely flop and just die? I don't know. It's being advertised at me on the Game Pass, so I don't know.
I know, it's free, so whatever.
Oh yeah, it's free, I guess, but like, yeah, I don't remember what happened to it. I just remember hearing it being announced in the trailer, looked really pretty, and then I never heard about it again.
It's one of those games. I mean, the same thing is, someone linked a forum post on SnowRunner. They were like, oh, cool, I'm glad it's coming to Steam. No one plays it on Epic anymore. And you get this sort of, oh, no one plays Anthem. And you have a look, and it's like, oh, yeah, only 20,000 people are still playing it. Oh, what a terrible flop it is. I seem to recall Anthem was a bit despised, but did all right. And then they were going to completely revamp it, and then they're like, nah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, from what I heard from like some friends that used to play it, it was like they were trying to essentially compete with Destiny. I think there's that sort of market, and then like after like the initial release sort of undersold, they said, okay, we're gonna rework some stuff, and then they just never did it, or something. I don't know. Like the community wasn't very happy from what I heard. Looks pretty from the trailers though, but
to the fallen antenna in the bottom left.
Well, that's where we're going to now, yeah.
Oh, okay. I will wait here for you then. Unless you need refueling now.
Well, no, I've just refueled for this, like, because we brought a lot of fuel. So we had one session where all we did was just drive fuel tankers down here and leave them around, because this is a long way from the nearest fueling station, like 20 minutes away.
Okay, do you want me to put the...
Whoa, almost fallen into
It's an exciting day.
This is very, very top heavy, this cargo.
Yep, well, there's no rush. Like, if you screw it up a bit, I can help you, but say if you drop it, I can't put it back in. We'll need a much bigger crane, like the White Star or something. So no one's like, oh fuck yeah, let's play Descent then.
Well, look, I'm going to repeat myself and say that I think if you've got nothing better to play, you should deal with the video compression issues and have a go at playing Heave-Ho, just because it's so fun.
Is that
You know, four people.
player? Yeah, but
Yeah, 4 player.
4 player is. There are currently 6 people in chat, and a couple people came and went. So that's also an issue.
Makes sense. I've played it before, so I wouldn't be trying to play. Get me out. I've watched though. I've happily watched. Hilarious.
That tree.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just looked up out of
Yeah,
curiosity.
they're very nice.
Apparently, like a couple months after they released it, like they were saying that they were going to continuously develop it, and they just dropped it and just went silent.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I've been banging onto Ari, and I do not think it's sunk in. It's really important to just give information out. So this is the thing. There was something in the Eden World Builder channel saying, "Oh, you know what's going on." What did they say?
Or was there a public Discord? I didn't even see that.
Yeah. Yeah. So someone said, "I wish that someone would keep us in the loops and keep the devs on task." And I said, "Well, I piped up saying actually it's my job to keep the devs on task, and I completely agree. We should have more transparency and updates." And I said, "You know, for instance, I've been working on animation sets, armor, and lots of new textures." Then the guy asked if it was going to be free and open source, and I'm like, "What? No." And then someone said something, and I was. Someone said, "Oh, have you overshot? You have." Then someone said, "Oh, where can we get any official info on this?" And I'm like, "Me." And then someone said, "Yeah, will it be free and open source?" And I said, "No, look, people need to get paid." And he's like, "Someone else is like, you're getting paid? Yeah.
Where are you having this conversation?
The Discord, the New Eden
Oh.
Discord. And then they were like,
Can't you have a role that says you're part of
I am.
Oh. So why is
People
someone
just-
asking where you get official information from then?
Oh, you jump and wrap it up.
I mean, to be
No
fair, maybe,
problem.
maybe they like assumed he was part of a PR team or
Let's
something.
let's send slower, gentler. Oh my god. But then I said,
It was, I had no idea there was a dick behind me.
Yeah.
Oh, that was it.
no, that's something else. So yeah, then someone said, how come you're getting
that's
paid?
me.
So I said,
Admit that.
because I'm a AAA dev of 20 years development. He goes, well, I'm a 10-year Eden world builder, and I haven't been paid so far. I'm like, what? But you play the game. What the fuck's that going to do anything? I'm writing the game and you're playing it. It's just bizarre. But yeah, we definitely need more updates. And
Where do you,
Where do you what?
He
Where do you
didn't
find that
think that you was doing something to do with the Eden anime game, did he?
No, this is on the mobile dev forum, the mobile game Discord, of which there is a new sequel channel, and we are in the sequel channel.
Well, okay.
But I have got dev roles. I have no idea where anyone got the idea it was going to be free, other than 10, and very confused. Someone's confused why I'm getting paid to write the game.
You just want it to be free.
oh, my internet cut out apparently. I was curious where the actual Discord thing was, because I can't see it on the Facebook page.
Do you need a tow, is it, or are you good?
No, I'm just going. I don't know what's under this water, so I'm going pretty slowly.
I think that one was sloshy.
Oh, it was last mentioned on the Facebook in 2019. Nice.
Yeah, we should.
Look out, everybody.
Yeah, unfortunately, RA doesn't really do social media, and as I've said many times, the concept of if you build it, they will come has not been a thing in a very long time, in games at least, or or films. But I know when it happened in films, and it was 1976. So that is
God,
the
what's
state of
that
affairs.
Discord server? Everyone has a different colour username. Oh.
Oh, it's a typical Discord server with about 300 fucking channels, none of which says anything.
There's a trailer on Amazon at the moment. Sorry, on Netflix at the moment. I think it's called Two Strangers Apart or something, which is a Groundhog Day type thing with a black guy getting arrested when he goes outside his apartment and then wakes up and every day he's trying to figure out how to not get mashed up by a cop. I think that's the general premise. But what I found out today is that someone made a short film of this about a year ago. Wrote and directed it and put it on YouTube, and it went slightly viral, got picked up and by Now This and piped around the place, and now it's suddenly appeared as a remade for Netflix with no credit at all except to Now This.
Oh.
Um,
Because, I mean, that happened with Pixels, because Pixels was a short film that was massively popular, and then they fucking butchered it for the film.
What was it?
Did you not
I
see
actually watched that
Pixels?
film.
Adam Sandler, Peter Dinklage.
No, I didn't see it because all I heard about it was awful.
It was absolutely... So, what got me about it more than anything else, this is a film about video games, okay? About obscure 1980s video games. And the premise is very simple. They send off a thing about the modern video games off to space and aliens come. Cool. They send the thing off in 1983 and then probably start referring to the fact the aliens have got a 1984 video game. It's like, did you not do the slightest bit of fucking research about when the games came out? You were out by a year. I just boggles my mind, that sort of basic thing. Like this, the probe went up in 82 and Donkey Kong came out in 83. Brilliant. Do you want to move
I think Peter Dinklage is crap as well.
let me move the Royal.
I was just going to say, this is slightly concerning. So I just joined the Discord server from the Facebook page, and the first thing I see in the general tracker is one of the admins saying, we'll most likely delete this server by the end of the month. Very inactive now, and no point in having two.
What? Are you in the right channel?
I'm in the general channel of Eden Galactic Starport, which is the one
Wrong
that's on the
channel.
Facebook page.
Wrong channel.
Okay,
Wrong server.
That's the only one that's on the Facebook then.
Well, apart from that, it was all true.
So why did...
Unless I missed it.
So why
do
do we need a crane? What the fuck, game?
Game.
Oh, wait, hold on. So we've now got...
It got me too.
So we now have a Smithfield Dam quest, so we can just recover back. You can't, Jay, but I will just leave the vehicle outside for you.
Wait, hold on. What? So if I leave that, yeah, if I leave that server.
Well, maybe ask on that server for a link to the other one.
So you just
Okay,
told me.
so there's actually a discord.gg link at the top of that Facebook page, of our Facebook page actually, but it doesn't work.
Nice.
Right, let's
But
go to the laundry. Back in a sec.
Okay.
So I think what's happened is they put a link to the new one there, but they made it a temporary link, so the link's no longer valid.
Oh.
Did you call me for something, Adam?
Yeah, I'm recovering all the vehicles back to Smithfield Dam.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, please get out of that vehicle so I can recover
Do
it
not
back.
touch the step yet.
Oh.
Don't touch the step. That's doing something.
Oh. Was she said that earlier?
Oh no.
That's fine. Did you go back to?
Did you at least detach the trailer before you did that?
That's a good. I didn't touch it, Tad.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna go and grab a drink as well. But with better luck, we can complete this quest before the end of the evening. So we have to deliver metal beams, concrete slabs, and consumables, all of which are available from here. So I'm just going to pop to the garage and grab myself a drink. Please talk amongst yourselves.
What?
Hi yourselves. How are you doing?
Oh, but we can't think of any game we want to play.
I got nothing.
I gotta be picky because I don't know if I should spend the time downloading it. Like, I kind of want to play Barrow Trauma, but that's a much bigger game than I was expecting it to be.
I mean, honestly, they should most of the stuff that
It's
I
like
play.
6 gigs or something.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the games that I play are like games that like I have to spend a couple like 50 hours or something stupid to learn how to play properly, and a lot of people just don't want that kind of time investment. I've got too many hours and stuff like Dota and things like that. But that doesn't really make for a good stream game.
People still try.
There was a... Actually, there's a thought. Hold on, is that still a game? There was like a 3v3 weird mini MOBA thing. I think it was called Battle Right or something. Have you ever played that? It was quite good when I last played it.
Never had any interest in MOBAs, honestly.
But this one plays something like between a MOBA and like a round-based fighting game. So it's like that top-down view, but like you're trying to win like round against other players, kind of. It's a bit weird.
Cleedron, the Eden New Dawn Discord is public, yes. Or rather, the Eden Discord is public and has a New Dawn channel.
DJ, do you have a low-saddle truck?
Yeah. What for?
I need it for Island Lake.
Oh, God.
Like, just so we can put one out there. We're gonna need it.
Twins deer? Twins deer counts as long enough, doesn't it? Or do you need it for... You actually need it for the truck?
Saddle low.
Yeah, okay, you actually need it for a trailer, not for a big thing.
Something... Yes.
I pinned Ari for it to see if he fixed it, but we'll see.
So saddle low.
It's a shame. Yeah. It's a shame you haven't done anything with Alaska, because you'd at least have the crappier dairy longhorn.
It's alright, I've got the White Western Star. With a better engine.
Ooh.
Raised suspension, good tyres.
It's getting an upgrade.
Spare wheel. I love that. Shall I put a spare wheel on the truck? Yes.
Doesn't hurt, and when you need it, it helps.
Do you have a link to the other Discord server then?
I know, I can't remember either. I think I think Steve linked it to me. Anyway, there you go. There you go, Tad.
Thank you.
Guess I'm just going to get into the Royal.
I'm back.
Jay, I've swapped the Bandit out for a sideboard.
Where's that local map?
Smithfield Dam.
What one's the sideboard? I've got a sideboard trailer.
Get in the Bandit. Get in the Bandit.
What is this? Paint
Oh, I
job?
thought you meant another type of truck. Okay, never mind.
What's wrong with that? The paint job's good, isn't it?
That's unique.
Oh, this fudge is absolutely beautiful.
Right, we're going to go and deliver 2 concrete slabs to the service hub. Probably let me go first.
Yeah, I didn't realise you was in that truck. It's got no name above here.
Just like reality. Whoa! Drifting. Nice and slow down here so you don't fuck your suspension.
You'd think someone would come down here with a sweeper, would?
You think the rocks wouldn't continually respawn? Yes.
So I'm just scrolling.
Oh,
through
I saw
Facebook.
someone made a mod for a front spade for a truck to push rocks off roads.
Amazing.
That won't work for most of them because they are they're sprung back to their location.
Well, yeah, but I think it's map persistent until you reset the map, like leave it and come back, or restart the game.
In Mud Runner, you actually got a low plow on the front to actually like smooth mud out from one of the vehicles. Not very useful, but kind of cool.
We can't have that in SnowRunner.
So, is there any way of fastening cargo in this game?
Yeah. Yeah, with tie downs. But oh god, oh no, oh my god, too fast, oh shit.
That was really impressive. How damaged are you?
I'm not bad. There's just going to be a brief moment while I just clip that.
That was like a
Did
triple
you
roll.
throw out your anchor again?
No, that was a proper, I lost control, high speed, the rear end stepped out. There was nothing I could do.
That was
Oh,
bloody
no.
nice physics.
That
It
was,
looked cool though.
so yeah, because it went downhill, and then I lost it, and I left the accelerator, but I'd already gone into a flat spin.
Did it look cool?
It looked
It looked awesome.
Then that's all that matters.
hold on.
Like, all I saw in front of me was Adam take off and start rolling in the air.
Oh no.
Oh,
He's just
Okay,
left it in the
okay.
middle of the road.
it still thinks I'm playing Farming Simulator. God damn it. Or if someone had mentioned that. I know I get annoyed when you do mention it, but I wish you had. Dora, what's he doing? I'll pop it on stream in a minute. That was very impressive. That was fantastic physics. Basically, I had no weight over the rear of the truck. So when I started to skid, there's nothing I can do. No weight over the front. That's it. It's just... Ah, there we go. I'm going to stop. Let me just pop that one in the... Jay, I did say I'm going to stop. That means don't ram me.
Yeah, it's rolling.
Well, that's what the handbrake's for.
Yeah, I was being lazy because I've got a great big slab of fudge in my hand.
Handbrake is the right is the change up gear button. But yeah, that was a... Oh, my stream quality is so poor, I hate it. Yeah, the tie downs. But, oh god, oh no, oh
You're
my
working
God,
on
too
fixing
fast.
that?
Shit. There's nothing I can do. The next step I would have to fix it would be to spend a lot of money on a hardware encoding solution.
It's fine. Your story's
Okay.
fine.
It's very not. VHS is fine. Why would anyone ever want DVDs?
Famous last words. I mean, that happens whenever anything.
Pictures taken moments before disaster.
Yeah, it happens whenever something new comes along, though, doesn't it? It's just we don't know what's going to be the thing to overtake.
Well, I mean, in this
Sometimes.
case, I mean, VHS was never that good. Like, even when it
Yeah.
came out, it was just at home. DVD, when it came out, I remember DVD blew me away with the quality. And about 10 years ago, I had a mate over and we were going to watch the A-Team. And I bought the A-Team, and it came with the Blu-ray and a DVD. And the Blu-ray won't play on the PlayStation. It brings up the FBI warning and that's it. It just stops. So we had to watch the DVD. And I'm talking a 136-inch projector. And in the end, I just downloaded a pirate copy because DVDs are not watchable on big screens. It's so awful. And it's not the only time I've pirated something I've owned just so I can format shift it into something bloody useful. Concrete slab.
Seems morally not wrong.
It's format shifting's an interesting one in the UK.
What do you care?
Because it's not legal, is my point. Like, format shifting's a bit vague in the UK.
What am I
the
picking up
soundtrack
here,
for
Concrete slabs.
Oh, right. Okay, so that's the only thing that's available.
Yeah, but that's not concrete slabs. So get rid of the stuff you just put in there and put concrete slabs in there.
Oh shit! How do I get rid of those?
Remove cargo.
I haven't got a button for that.
Under the cargo, under the functions menu.
tab menu.
So if you went into a shop and you bought a loaf of bread and then you went back into the shop and just walked off with a second loaf of bread, you couldn't really say, oh, well, I already bought a loaf of bread, so this one's just a copy.
Could
The
I...
same kind of logic is applied, I should say, to software and music and so on, isn't
Sure,
it?
but that's the wrong thing again, Jay.
No,
Yes.
it's
No.
pissing me about. It's telling me to winch to you.
No, well, I don't know why, but don't press that button. Get rid of the cargo out the back of your truck. With unpack. Sorry, remove.
Unpack, then remove. Or I guess you can just remove, can't you?
It's automatically repacking it. What the fuck is going on?
No, it's not. You have to unpack it to make it loose, and then remove it.
Okay.
You wouldn't steal a car.
So
I would
what about...
download one if I could?
What about, though, if I go to watch a film, am I then allowed to legally, morally, pirate the soundtrack?
What does legally, morally mean?
No, I changed my mind halfway through the sentence.
That's for a game.
Is it then morally acceptable to pirate the soundtrack? So I can listen to the soundtrack at any point just by watching the film. But I got sound effects over it.
Well, it's a different product, I guess, isn't it? It's like a different SKU.
But it's the same product, just with less talking.
It might even have different rights holders for the soundtrack.
Concrete slabs, Jay.
And the soundtrack isn't literally the audio track of the movie.
That's more like a them problem.
Just press cargo management and then tab across to
No,
slabs.
hardware issues. Hardware.
Well, yeah, it's the D-pad, I think.
You're talking about the soundtrack for a movie, as in the collection of music from the movie, not like not just the audio from the movie.
Not inspired by, it's the soundtracks that play during the movie, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a different product.
It's the same product repackaged with less talking.
I did that for Saints Row 4.
So with
Good luck with that line in court.
No, because you see, I can extract from a film the soundtrack, because the soundtrack comes through different channels than the speech. I already have the soundtrack. So if you watch a film and you literally disconnect your centre speaker in your ears, you'll pretty much just get the soundtrack and not much else.
I'm saying the soundtrack as in the OST on disc, which is the music, the separate tracks, that sort of thing. That would be a different product.
Well, yeah, but so's the Blu-ray and the DVD of a film. Or...
Yeah, exactly.
Or...
You can't say, I already own the DVD, so it's fine to download the Blu-ray, for example.
But if I own the Blu-ray, is it okay to download the DVD?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? What happens if I bought the Blu-ray? Can I download the 4K version?
No, it's not. It's not. But I think part of the problem is that DVD might have a different... Like, each DVD and each Blu-ray has a different distributor and a different rights holder, doesn't it? It's not necessarily the same company's product who gets the profit.
So Adam, what you're saying is, or what you guys are saying is, if I'm allowed, if it's okay for me to pirate a Blu-ray if I bought the DVD, is it okay for me to pirate every version of Skyrim if I got the PC
Well,
version?
you're introducing a third metric, which is okay or not, which is different from morals and...
Well, no, I mean, legal. If it's legally okay, it's generally morally okay. Legally, I don't think we don't have format shifting. I think we can only format shift if I do it manually. So if I record the OST out of a film, I believe that's perfectly legal. If I pirate that soundtrack from a film, that is not. I download it to somebody else. So I believe format shifting is only okay when you do it, i.e. recording off a CD you bought to cassette tape or something like that in the UK. Everything else is not legal, no matter how moral or not it might be. I'm going to slow down because I'm going way too fast.
I'm sure there's historically it's never really been legal. Like the whole home video recorders, VCRs, just existed in this grey area where everyone wanted a product that could record programs, but there was no legal standing for that being okay to do so. For a while at least.
Yeah.
Effectively, every time you recorded something off the TV, you were pirate.
BBC used to say on their dealership that you could record the program for watching at a later time, as long as you did it within something like 3 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but that's just them saying it. There was no legal basis. The format shifting stuff came around at the point of MP3s. So when you had music came on CD and people wanted it on their computer, they wanted MP3s, and that's when the format shifting laws came in to deal with that. Because I don't know if because the Sony came up with that rootkit that basically fucked millions of computers all over the world. So their copy protection put a rootkit on your PC. Sony invented rootkits. I love it. Just to store their CDs. And it cost the world God knows how many hundreds of millions over the years with rootkit viruses. Good job.
It was only like that for a time because then it was positively encouraged. Like you had signals embedded in the broadcast to tell your video recorder when to start and stop the recording if it ran on, and then programs would have those. Remember those info blast things at the end where they play a series of information frames and you were supposed to record them and watch them back in slow motion.
So I'm looking up things that are legal but unethical. One listed here is no cap on percentage of donations a fundraiser can take and raise money for charity.
Well, how about Nestle?
Oh boy.
Like Nestle are currently, they've had rights to take water out of the Californian forest since 1830, but apparently they've taken 25 times more water in the last year than they were supposed to. California, the place with all the droughts, and they're arguing they can if they want to, and the US government are trying to argue no, you can't. They're not breaking the law, but they're very, very much not being moral about it.
Okay, what's next?
2 consumables to the preacher's house and 1 metal beams to the quarry. Oh my lordy.
Well, I guess that's
That
I
quarry
guess saying something's moral depends on if you believe something's moral or immoral, right? So that's more of a subjective thing, I suppose.
Without objective morality, all things are permissible. Jay, why don't you go to the farm and take the 2 consumables to the preacher's house, and I will go and do the bit I'm going to regret.
I mean, didn't we have this discussion
Yeah,
before?
that's fine.
Yeah.
There isn't really many objective morality.
There's very, very little in the way of objective morality, yes. Very little.
You believe in
No,
relativism, there's none.
Wait, hold on. Not even if you're religious. God commanded, "Thou shalt not kill." And remember about the Crusades? There was no fucking what's we call it? Footnotes on the 10 Commandments. "Thou shalt not kill." Brackets apart from. It was quite clear. Hence, subjective morality. Murder is wrong, except sometimes when it's perfectly fine, i.e., government sanctioned. Hence, subjective.
See, now I'm curious if there's actually justifications and stuff like the Bible for Crusades. It's probably just like them reading into it, being like, "This."
Have you met the Bible? For everything in the Bible, you can turn to another page that says the exact opposite.
Yeah.
But rubbish.
Max, do not even, or I will fucking sit here and list the contradictions of the Bible. They are solid and constant throughout the Old Testament. It's just
They haven't studied it properly.
endless contradictions. The number of things,
Rubbish.
the number of things that happen.
If you can prove it, then you can claim like £50,000 or something. There's a standing prize for proving a contradiction in the Bible. I guess you haven't heard of that.
Hold on, I came across one just the other day.
No, I'm saying if you can prove it, then go claim the prize.
The Old Testament isn't a tech company. They don't just change it, do they?
Hang on, Max, you're saying that people assert that there are no contradictions in the Bible?
Yeah.
Huh, I never heard that before.
What?
And also, I think Adam's
I've never
going,
heard that.
this piece of text contradicts that piece of text, which as 2 lines might be perfectly contradictory.
Yeah.
But you can't take them as like, this one says red, that one says blue. They're different. Look, I've got a contradiction.
If
It's
one
not
says-
like that. You have to take the context of the piece you're looking at. You can't say that means that.
Well, hold on. If it says one's red, one's blue.
Also, I would like to add, none of us are theologians.
Well, hold on. If that case, Max, maybe you shouldn't be making blanket statements like there aren't any contradictions in the Bible if you're not a theologian.
Well, that's the sort of thing I get fed. So. Right, I take it on trust. So I know people I know are theologians, like Vickers, for example.
Bible, so I probably shouldn't talk about it at all because I haven't read it all. You shouldn't really criticise.
I haven't read it all either, to be fair. You don't need to read it all.
I'm gonna go with
Why not?
forever. Well, your next question.
Depends what you're looking for. I mean, if you want to study what Jesus is up to, you study, what Jesus is up to.
Well, you're in the wrong testament there for a start.
God cannot be.
We didn't name any testament.
Yeah, am I kind
Well,
of...
I'm afraid Craig's correct, and I'm going to have to differ with him on this one, and instead go with what Jesus said. Namely, if you want to enter into life...
How did we bloody get onto moral relativism in the Bible
What are the
anyway? Stop it.
consequences of
Because that's where
seeing
morals come from.
Morals come from the Bible.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Well,
So wait. So wait. Hold on. No. Wait. Don't fucking talk over me. Let me respond. So Japanese people live their morals by the Bible, do they? Indian
No,
people.
I'm saying the law is based on the Bible.
The Japanese law is based on the Bible.
I have no idea.
Well, then
British law is.
British law might. Yeah, sure. But you said morals from the Bible. What, like Indian
Yeah.
morals are from the Bible? Japanese laws are from the Bible? What are you talking about?
preservation
So,
of life.
which bit of the Bible,
and all
Aztec
the others
morals,
too, and of course
them came
none of
from
them
the
did
Bible.
because no man
which bit of the
had
Bible
seen nor
predicted the? I'm being facetious here, obviously. Which bit of the Bible predicted the Computer Misuse Act?
Wouldn't that be
all the
legal,
others
not
too, and of
lawful?
course None of them did because no man hath seen nor
What?
can see God. 10 points for everyone,
again?
including me, I think.
Uh,
No man hath
legal
seen, except
is
the
an act.
70 elders of Israel,
Lawful
and
is
all the
law.
others too, and of course none of them did because no man
Uh,
hath
Statutes
seen
and acts are
chaos.
not
And if I
laws.
finish-
They're-
Is Yahweh delighted in
they're
burnt offerings?
Yes.
Illegal
correct.
and legal.
God the-
State law is a completely different thing.
Yeah, that may be true, but that's a bit of a non sequitur, isn't it? I'm just saying we're talking about where morals came from, and that the law is.
I personally believe that morals come from personal moral judgment.
I mean, to
I would say they come from conscience.
the Computer Misuse Act creates some.
By works and not by faith alone.
Both correct once, both forever and not forever. He would never do that.
Two,
Not be tempted with it by works. Tempted, okay, and kept
named
of the law.
You
Or rather, yes. Yes, Ken.
death.
Mm.
Man see me and
So
live.
did Moses.
But no,
None of them did because
God at any.
and
Okay.
answer as soon as I finish asking. Yahweh delighted humans created spoke to Paul? Yes.
No.
Correct. In Old Testament law, were
Where was
children to be punished for the sins of their sorted after that?
Oh, and
Correct. Okay, that's the end of our.
Oh.
Correct. In Old Testament law, were children to be punished for the sins of their fathers?
No.
Yes. Correct. How long does Yahweh's anger last? Yes, Ken.
forever.
Okay, it's a forever from Ken. Craig, what do you think? I'm gonna go with not forever. Well, you're both correct. 10 points each. Yahweh's anger lasts both forever and not forever. Well done. Next question. Does Yahweh tempt people? Yes, Craig. No, he would never do that. Okay, Ken, do you agree with Craig?
Well, Yahweh tempted Abraham, so it's definitely something that he'd do.
Well, Ken, you're right about that. So 10 points for he any man be attained by works. Yes, Craig. No, a man is not justified by the works of the law, but by the faith of Jesus Christ. Okay, to heaven? Yes.
No, and I never rest.
Oh, in that case, okay then. Let's time numerical values of integers in the Bible. First to buzz in, and here's question 1. How many valiant men drew the sword for Israel as counted by Joab? Ken?
800,000?
Correct. And 1.1 million were all...
I guess I wouldn't defend pedophiles in any scenario, but in some countries it's probably legal to be that. So in that scenario, it actually would be.
There are some states in America where I believe it's
Right.
still lawful to
So the
marry.
United States.
It's continuous.
I believe there are 1 or 2 states where it's still completely lawful to marry a 12-year-old.
So, I've found the bit I was looking for. and I'm gonna have to. How many valiant men drew the sword for Israel as counted by Joad? 800,000 in 2 Sam 249 and 1.1 million in 1 Chron 215. There you go. Where do I apply for my...
You're taking it literally.
I'm taking a number literally, I'm afraid I am. Where do I apply for my money, Max?
You need to... What?
No idea, I'm going to look it up.
Why don't you look up those relative parts of the Bible?
The spirit
The spirit of how many...
Well, the Chronicles, hold on. Samuel is before Chronicles, is it not?
They both refer to the same thing. They specify a different number. That is a contradiction.
Woohoo!
What do you mean, woohoo? You said there weren't any. This is one of...
Yep.
Well, I've just given you.
And you're an expert on that contradiction, are you? Have you studied it fully?
I mean, Max,
Max, hold on.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. Adam's going. Here's a contradiction, and he's dead certain it's a contradiction. And I would say, how can you be dead certain?
How can I be dead certain?
I found one thing. I think it's the same thing.
How can I be dead certain 800,000? How can I be dead certain 800,000 is not 1.1 million? Are you serious?
How can you be dead? How can you be dead certain those two are talking about the same thing?
Because of the context.
I've seen some numbers. Well, I'm just saying.
Sorry.
You seem to be asserting something as an expert. I'm not an expert, but you're asserting something as an expert, saying, I found a contradiction.
Right, well, instead of shouting over me, what I just said was, the shop said there are 80 teddy bears, someone else said the shop said there are 100 teddy bears, and your argument is, well, it might not be the same shop, or it might be the same teddy bears. That's what I said. They is referring to the same contextual event. They refer to two different numbers. That is a contradiction, and you will stop fucking talking over me as well. Seriously.
I do like the way you think you're right all the time.
Prove to me I am wrong. It's very simple.
No, I don't have to prove to you I'm wrong. I'm not a fucking theologian.
I mean, yeah, but Max, you're the one that made the initial statement that there is no contradiction.
I've raised one. I have raised a contradiction. It is now the burden of proof is on you to go, that is not a contradiction, because in case A it is referring to blah, 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 blah.
I'll go study it. I'll be back in a week.
You need to study to... fuck me.
Yeah, you got to study it properly. Fuck me, you can't just go, oh, that's that.
So if there was a recount of a battle in the 1400s, and one people said there was 100,000 people in the battle, and somebody else said there were 1 million people in the battle...
you would say
you're
it's not a 5-minute job.
You're talking over me again. So we're referring to a specific event, and they're referring to the number of people in that event, and there are two different numbers there from two different people in two different positions in the Bible. That is a contradiction.
Time out for like 20 seconds. What can I do in SnowRunner to be useful?
I don't know. We've got some stuff in wherever we are, Smithfield Dam. There's another quest that we're finishing off materials order right now.
So I'll try and find another quest. Okay.
My point is, there are dozens upon dozens upon dozens of contradictions in the Bible, and just saying, no, there aren't, and when I bring you one up, you're like, oh, I don't understand. Then don't make the assertion in the first place. Saying somebody else told me that this is true, that's not your assertion. I don't care what somebody else told you is true. I've just shown you something that's not. So now I've told you something isn't true. What you have said is demonstrably not true.
Give us the quotes. Give us the quotes and I'll go and look at them.
I've given you the chapter and... was it chapter and verse? 2 Sam 24...
Yeah, but they're not in the text.
2 Sam 24:9.
In chat.
1 Chron 21:5. I can't paste that out.
2 Samuel, what was it?
2 Sam 24:9. 24:9.
24:9, yeah.
And 1 Chron 21:5.
That's 1 Chronicles. What was it? 1 Chronicles 20...
21:5. Oh yeah, I mean obviously the Bible has been endlessly written by human beings over the last 2,000 years.
Which version?
I don't know. Let's assume
the original.
Okay, which original?
We still have them. We still have them. Not very original, but we have. The Pentateuch's a very good authority to go back to if you want to go looking at things.
How old are they?
They would be.
We don't have the original because that would be a paper book some thousands of years old.
It'd be papyrus actually.
Still be, which is fine. Which is 3,000 plus years old. Don't we have any books 3,000?
No, the Pentateuch was written 70 AD.
Right.
By 70 scholars.
So the Old Testament.
Hence Pentateuch.
The Old Testament was written when? I've no idea.
The Old Testament is written across a period of time.
Right, but we don't have the original. Is the point I made, and you just said we did.
Yeah, I think we do.
There's
a point of reference.
We have is a translation.
Well, yeah, but we don't have the original because you're talking about whenever the first bit of the New Testament was written.
You assert that like it's a fact again.
Well, again, hold on. You said it's a collection of short stories, essentially. Sure, we've got a collection, but we don't have the original from whenever it was, 3000 BC or something. Like, do we? Do we genuinely?
Not every last bit of it. No, I don't know. I don't know. Some of it's in museums.
I don't.
So it's not something you just walk up and go, I want to look at the old Bible. You know, like, no, go away.
Well, no, it's not even a Bible at this point. Like, the Bible we know it is a collection of essentially disparate stories brought together into one book. But we don't have the original stories.
They're not disparate.
They're not the original stories.
That's the whole thing about the Bible. It's one interwoven story across the whole thing.
Okay.
That's the amazing thing about it. It's proof that there's external bloody intelligence involved in it.
More importantly, you seem to be avoiding the point I'm making, which is we don't have the originals. This was made up of. Like,
I think some of, at least I know we have got some of them. I don't know about all of it, but I know some of the books are definitely in keeping in museums.
The Vatican.
I don't know where they're all kept. Because you become a Christian doesn't mean you suddenly become endowed with the entire knowledge and understanding of the Bible and the entire knowledge of where everything is held and the entire knowledge of every piece of text in the Bible. I don't think that's the case.
Right, so the oldest one we've got is the Codex Sinaiticus, which is 300 years after
I don't know about you, but the
Jesus.
set that I grew up in certainly was.
So
Can you suggest a slight change of tack? I'd like to get your.
Well, hold on, but that means.
Sometimes
That means we have a 300-year gap between Jesus and the New Testament. So don't tell me we've got the fucking originals, because we don't. 300-year gap.
I promise this will be just as interesting, right? I'll sometimes get into a debate with, say, a religious person about evolution, right? Or maybe just science versus religion, and I come down on the scientific side and not non-religious, blah, blah, blah. But there comes a point where the person I'm arguing with will just say, well, you say that that's science and that you know that and that's a scientific fact, but have you conducted the experiment for yourself? And when you get into things like, I don't know, describing atoms and molecules interacting, no, I haven't seen molecules with my eyes. So it gets a bit tricky at that point. So what do you do?
There is a very, very old saying: believe half of what you see and nothing that you hear.
God, you must hate audiobooks. Arctic Chico, yes, I agree with you that science is reproducible. Prove to me that we went to the moon via a reflecting laser. You'll need a telescope worth some $10-20 million. A laser worth $10-20 million. You can't reproduce it, is the point Sire's making. And to a great degree, we have to rely on faith.
Yeah, you're left saying, well, I could if I had those tools, which is no better than saying, well, it's, I believe the Bible, or
no, because it becomes I believe what someone else says. Yeah. Saying I believe what so and so says, or what's written down in this book.
Yeah, this is why
someone did the experiment.
Nick is in a twist, but at the end of the day, we all reach a point where we have to admit that we're taking some things on faith.
Yeah. But this is
I can't prove where Adam lives to anybody else, but without sort of having photos and postcodes and piece of paper with Adam's sort of address on it. I can't prove that to anyone else. I have to take it on trust.
Yeah, but this is why I try and stick with facts. And unless you have something to counteract this, the newest copy of the Old Testament is from 300 AD. It is not the original.
Yeah, that was the Old Testament. That would be the Pentateuch.
Okay, so the oldest copy we have
Septuagint. That's what I'm thinking of. The Septuagint. Sorry.
Oldest copy we have is from 300 years after Jesus' death. It's not the original. It is from 300 years after it. That's what I mean. We don't have the original. There is no original. The closest we have is the Codex Sinaiticus, which the Vatican has got.
300 years that's well outside living memory, or even 1 or 2 generations.
More than that back then.
Oh God, yeah.
Not that long back then, were they?
God, that would have been 10 generations. Terrifying to think of.
So, from my understanding,
my point was that if it's within a generation or so, you can have a lot more credence.
Yeah.
You can say either I witnessed that or my parents told me. After that, it gets really tricky.
Yeah. This is what I mean. Is that if we did have originals of the most manuscripts, I would be absolutely blown away. But they're just too old.
Manuscripts.
Dead Sea Scrolls. Are they not the originals? I don't know. I've heard about them.
Right.
The average lifespan in 0 AD was 35.
I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls, quite importantly, are they're not really related. But even so, the newest ones are over 300 years this side of Jesus' birth, and the other ones are 400 years the other side of it. That's not the New Testament. Was more my point, which is we do not have the originals of the New Testament, and anyway, so they simply do not exist anymore. Not for hundreds of years after the death of Jesus. I don't know when the first ones were released. I don't know how quickly it did the rounds. So everything was done by hand back then. We had no machines, copy books or anything.
What I just linked in chat actually explains it quite well. The First Council of Nicaea is quite an interesting subject.
Right.
That is the people that sat down and decided what would and would not be in the First Testament Bible.
Yeah.
Based on handed down family stories and hearsay.
That
There
makes that
was
sense.
no factual evidence or written evidence submitted at the Council of Nicaea for any of what was in the Bible. It was all people's interpretations.
Yeah, because as I said,
Recollections.
Well,
recollections, I would say.
well, only if people live
Because
300 years old.
what's there to interpret?
Well, this is what I was saying. There is no interpretation of it because it was handed down from one family member to another family who told his best friend. So you don't know what aspects of those stories that were put into the First Testament Bible are even true. This is where the inconsistencies and the word that Adam used come from.
I like the C word.
Like the contradictions. Because you had two people telling the same story in two different testaments, those two people had never met. So one person says there was 800,000 from a general on the red side, but a general on the blue side says there was 1.1 million people because he wants to make himself look bigger than the guy that was on the blue side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people tend to exaggerate. For that reason, I'm not sure I fully buy the whole feeding the 5,000 with one loaf and 6 fish or whatever it was.
It's supposed to be a miracle.
Yeah.
I mean, you try feeding 5,000 fish. So you have 5,000 people with that much fish and bread, you know.
Yeah, I would just give up immediately.
Sorry,
Exactly. as would any of us, to be fair, because we're not God.
Yeah, and I'd say that as well. I'd like, I'm not God.
Yeah.
I'm not some sort of God.
Well, that's the thing. Jesus was there, and he went to his disciples and go and feed them. They're like, you are.
I'll tell you what.
That's the whole point. They're like, what?
Just whilst you're there explaining that bit, and I mean this completely honestly, because I've just never understood the whole Holy Trinity. So please explain that like I'm 5, because I always want
Holy Trinity thing.
Yeah, the whole, God is 3.
Tanking, healers, and DPS.
Oh my god.
God is a triune God. So he's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. So you've got God the Father, who is basically omnipotent, omnipresent.
So I think of as God, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a wishy-washy, really hard to pin down sort of power, as it were. Kind of like you see a source of all power in the what do you call it?
I'm fine with that bit.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah,
so then you've got God the Son. Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, it's like giving a dog a newspaper. You know, it's beyond its capability to read it and pick it up and start doing the pop crossword and understanding the information in the pages. It's beyond our intelligence to understand God.
Yeah, that's fine, okay.
So that's God, right?
I get the Jesus bit to a degree as well.
Right, that's God the Father, God the Son. Yeah, so you've got God incarnate. Yeah, he's still fully God, but he's also fully man.
Fine, but then why does he have? Why does he say things like, "Why have you forsaken me?" and talk to God?
Right. So what was he right when he was on the cross? We said, "My God, why have you forsaken me?"
Yeah.
Because at that moment in time, that exact moment in time,
doesn't he talk about God during his teachings to the disciples as well, though?
I should think so. I mean, that's the thing. He doesn't really need to talk about them because he says to one of them, "If you want to know what God's like, learn about Jesus, because Jesus is God."
DJ, what have you got there?
What, he refers to himself in the third person?
That'll be.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That'll be.
Then
Ran out of fuel
and then
I was
you've
so
got
close to beating you.
I'm nearly out of fuel, guys.
supporting this game, by the way.
Okay.
And then God the Holy Spirit, that's given to the disciples and the believers who believe in Jesus after he's left. And that's like an indwelling of God's Spirit, God's power.
So what does Holy Ghost mean? Is that the same thing?
It's the same thing. Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost.
2 different times is the same thing.
Holy moly,
Yeah.
something else.
I mean, people call ghost and spirit. It's what words you want to use for it. You know, it's same thing.
I believe that
Oh, well, it confused the shit out of me when I was at
an
primary school.
interpretation of
I
language.
bet. The etymology of language is fascinating. I mean, spirits in wines and spirits. They thought that the alcohol was something to do with people's spirits departing or something weird. The etymology is fascinating. How we get some of the words we use these days.
I could actually do with the refuel, by the way. I'm not going to be able to deliver this.
I'm bringing the Asheton.
I've got no fuel tanker. I'm just on my way back to the garage.
The Action doesn't have any fuel on it, so that's not any good.
It's got the roof rack.
Oh, okay, I guess this is true. I'm down to 40 litres. But this high-speed gearbox is... it's made the Royal a little bit drifty and a little bit slow.
I guess like the
fuel efficient.
I guess the difference between the whole I believe the Bible versus I believe like I don't want to say evidence, but like science or whatever other religion is that like
I'm not anti-science. I'm not anti-science. Just don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-science.
No, I'm not saying you are. No, I was just gonna say like earlier it was mentioned that like you can't reproduce certain things without like $1 million telescope, but there's a lot of things you can reproduce. And,
yeah, but there are things you can't. Like people go, oh, the Earth's millions and millions of years old and billions of years and atoms to man. There's, you can't witness that. Nobody was there at the beginning to see it.
Right, that's why you calculate stuff to figure out how it happened. Like, it's not like the Bible is based off of like calculations of how things happened. It's a story that's been passed on.
What I was getting at is the same as a church. There are different sects of religion that will say a church has to be a physical building. A church has to be.
Well, then they're not reading. That's the problem. They don't always read the Bible because the church is the people, not the building. The building is just a place of meeting.
I think the important point, Brett, is that those religions that do not believe the scientific answer can't even agree on when the Earth started. So there's zero consensus within religion on when
that's what I was saying
started.
about like flat earthers and shit like that. But specifically, the best way to like, I guess, like explain how that's horrendous is like.
What is this in front of me that's just banding like a
tad?
It's just like running through things. It's just like running through things that like you can explain without having to have millions of dollars of stuff, because there's like simple things you can do to test stuff like that.
He's literally down over the bridge and upside down into the river.
Yeah. There's quite a famous hypothesis called the 5-minute hypothesis, which is prove to me the universe is not 5 minutes old, that God did not create the universe 5 minutes ago exactly as it is now. Prove to me in any way, shape or form that is not true. And you can't.
I'm older than 5 minutes.
No, you're not. No. You were created 5 minutes ago with all of your memories as they were, in the same way that God created the Earth, whatever fucking 1,000 years ago, with all the dinosaur skeletons and whatnot intact. And magnetite crystal.
No, that's not right. He would have created with the dinosaurs alive.
Thank you.
Even when the Bible says he created everything, he means he created everything.
Right.
Not some things and some bones to sort of confuse people.
Very, very simple explanations of continental drift blows that out of the water. The only possible explanation that fits in. Don't just say no, it doesn't. I definitely know more about continental drift than you in this case.
I'm sure you do. I've got an alternative explanation.
My point is... Okay, wait. What's your explanation for why magnetite crystals don't line up north and south correctly, so therefore that explains Pangaea and continental drift? What's the other option?
The other option is the world being flooded. The flood of Noah.
Flood does
Sorry,
not...
talk over you.
So this is talking about the direction of magnetism within rocks that cooled from volcanic eruptions millions of years ago.
Down there? Oh dear.
What's that got to do with floods?
When the flood happened,
right?
I think the Pangaea became split up, but during that, I think it's 6 months. I think it was. There's 40 days, 40 nights, then waiting for the water to subside. It's something like 6 months total, I think. And during that time, only
rude. Brought you fuel and everything.
Sorry, Tab.
Yeah, but Max, water doesn't move continents. They don't float on the surface.
No, bear in mind that God was involved.
Right. So wait. So you're saying that that in a few thousand years ago, the continent shoved and rotated thousands.
It came into the current arrangement, roughly. Yeah.
I can't even.
Yes, you're saying God can't do that. That's what you're saying. I'm saying God is so far out of our out of our understanding. It blows our minds.
If your answer is I don't see how that's done, God did it, that's not much of a counter discussion.
Bit of a Deus Ex.
How are you coming down here?
Very good. But
I'm following you.
so your argument is
Why?
4,500 years ago, I believe, there was a flood which literally rearranged the Earth. So this is after it.
Yes, and killed all the dinosaurs, which is why they're all on top of mountains and in valleys all over the place.
I was saving
It's
this.
a bit convenient.
Because they're not. Some of them are buried with food in their stomachs. You know, you pick them up and they're like, oh look, it's got its contents and stomach. And some of them in the Antarctic, there's like frozen mammoths with stuff still in their mouths.
Well, yeah, no,
You know,
shit,
you
you're
can't
preserved
explain
by
that
taste. What?
as it took millions of years to get frozen. You know, it's like it was an instant snap event to freeze an animal with food still chewing. You know, it's amazing.
What?
What?
What? What are you talking
Do you think?
about?
Do you think like the food disappears if they die? That's not how bodies work.
So is it? What
It
is
would
your,
have rotted.
Is your-
It would have rotted away. It's
no.
not
you know,
everything
no.
rots.
plant material. Yeah.
So hold on.
You know
So,
how
so,
cold
so,
it was during the Ice Age?
I'm confused. Your argument is there was a flood that killed the mammoths so quickly the food remained in their mouths.
Yeah, they were still chewing on it.
And
How is a flood gonna freeze them?
what?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. It's a miraculous event. You guys are going, oh, it's something you have to understand. Must be ways of mechanics of understanding, and I think they probably are. But I haven't got the information to my hand
Arctic
right
Cheetah,
now.
I
I'd have to read I'd have to read you the entire bloody book I've been reading.
In your
Arctic,
defense, once again, the thing I was saying earlier is that you're left saying and a miracle happens and God did that bit, and we're left saying because science, and they're not that different.
I mean, the difference is one actually has like a.
The point there's faith
explanation.
involved, isn't there? There's faith involved to some extent. I mean, if you don't believe in Jesus, then you're stuffed in the first place.
Well, no, because a lot of these things you can reproduce. You can test what kind of materials preserve things if you like freeze them or put them in wax or whatever. That's a thing you can test.
It is.
I can't test that God did this, Max. I can't. You have no evidence.
That's the nature of faith, isn't it?
Well, no, there's a difference between faith and testing something and going, that makes sense. That's how this would work.
One of the issues I have with religion in general is the idea that, if you want to get into heaven and not burn forever, then you have to just believe. And I've never really liked that because that feels like a threat. It's like an ultimatum. It's never.
Well, how do you think they spread religion?
It's
It's essentially an indirect threat, is it not?
Indirect threat. You can go to hell. I don't mind. Don't bother me.
Wasn't a threat from you.
Am I wrong?
Yeah. Well, I don't believe in hell. What's the matter then? Okay.
Why doesn't it bother you? That's not very Christian.
It's not. You're right.
Are you supposed to save as many as possible?
No, I think you lot have passed it. To be perfectly honest.
We're beyond help.
Well, because there's an element of for those who believe, no evidence is required. For those who don't believe, no evidence is sufficient.
No evidence of what?
So I would love Adam to become a Christian. I love all you become Christians, but I think you guys are so convinced of the opposite viewpoint. I think I'd have an absolute massively hard time fighting against it to try and convince you.
There's a difference between sufficient evidence and no evidence, because you just said a miracle did it, and that is not evidence.
Yeah.
You're right.
If you can show me evidence that the world is only a few thousand years old, and literally every scientist on the planet has got everything about history wrong, I will absolutely believe in that. 100%. But your argument is something about a flood moved the continents around and rearranged magnetite crystals using God's power. I mean, I agree with Brett on this. That's not a theory or a
That sounds like
anything.
That sounds like you're dropping a really reasonable challenge, but what you're really doing is prove a negative, which we all know very difficult.
So in my point of view, Zeus sent Thor down, Thor used his hammer and failed, and Zeus sent a thunderbolt and split the continents.
But we're not asking them to prove a negative, though. We're asking them to prove a positive. We're asking them to prove that something did happen.
Yeah.
Not that it didn't happen.
That is positive. If you got hit by that lightning bolt, it was a positive voltage.
By saying prove that the Earth is only a few thousand years old, is that the challenge?
Well, yeah, prove that the Earth isn't 4.5 billion years old. Like literally,
it's just the other way around.
Yeah, but all of the evidence, evidence is wrong. This is the thing. I can't believe that literally all of human scientific understanding is just wrong. We're like, no,
wrong. It's not wrong. Science is correct. The problem is it's misapplied.
Radiocarbon dating and
with a massive assumption in the middle of that radiocarbon dating. That doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
I'll play devil's advocate and say that you know, every time we revise our understanding of science, don't we? Like, if we look at books from 100 years ago, there's bits in that were just wrong, and they were the best understanding we had at the time, and we would have said that's science and that's fact. And then later we are forced to say,
but the problem is,
there are smaller.
Science has gone from being science has gone from the pursuit of truth to the pursuit of getting the headlines.
No,
you've got to get funding for your project. So it's all about, we think this happened, therefore it must be a fact. And it's like,
no, that's not how science works at all, Max.
Call a timeout.
Well, it does happen because you don't get funding, you don't get to do your science, do you? You don't get your research.
And you think they fund things that didn't happen?
No, I'm saying they fund things for headlines.
Some people, wait. Some people fund some things for headlines. Stating all science is funded for headlines is demonstrably false.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah,
right.
some is
that
absolutely.
does happen. A lot the stuff that grabs the headlines, is flaky.
Okay, something else I experience is.
I mean, the headlines headline grabbing things are generally the ones that are real. Well, the ones that I get drawn attention to. I think I can't think of a good example because I don't get my head full of that stuff. But,
the thing is, those Max is they get their money, they take their money, they fuck off, and that doesn't go into the science books because it ends up being wrong.
In the science versus religion thing, science knows that it doesn't, accepts that it doesn't know everything, and that there are things it doesn't know, and will never know, maybe. But religion always seems to have, just explain things away and go, it just is.
I can't do this very
the problem is, Max, that you immediately leapt on to the fallacy that radiocarbon dating is incorrect.
Oh, don't do
because
that.
we don't use
I got a little bit too close there.
We don't use radiocarbon dating for geological. Missed the point of. There we go. I'm just going to talk because I really can't be bothered just have people just talking over me. Radiocarbon dating only works up to about 5,500 years ago. If you go much further back, you use, I don't look it up because I can't remember, argon, potassium-40, boron, and so on and so on and so on. Radiocarbon dating only goes back about 5,000 years. So, standard creationist trope, radiocarbon dating isn't accurate because we don't know how much carbon was in the atmosphere. We're pretty sure how much potassium-40 and beryllium is because they have half-lives in the billions of years. This is basic science. Have we worked out how not to talk all over each other yet, or should I just close out and just talk to myself?
No, it was cacophony.
Yes, as I said, one of the standard young Earther things is we don't know how radiocarbon blah blah blah. We don't use radiocarbon for old things. Radiocarbon gives up at about 6,000 years, give or take. We've used potassium and beryllium with a half-life in the billions of years, and I assure you, if 6,500 years ago there was an awful lot more beryllium in the air, there would be no anything alive.
When you say beryllium, I think of the Element song set to
Modern Major Generation
and beryllium spheres from Galaxy
Quest, yeah.
Apologies, can I just butt in here?
Any other use of beryllium?
Measuring the age of the universe.
Is it? Do you need to go? Need to go to the other side of you?
Cargo.
Do I need to go to what?
No. Try to pack the cargo now.
What was the question, Jay?
I had to do that.
Sorry, I'm with someone else. I thought it was you.
What?
It's under the functions menu. It's all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, it's now giving me the option to remove the cargo. The cargo is stuck on me sideways.
Oh, fuck me.
I think the game could benefit from name tags.
I guess something that's kind of important, I guess, when looking at like science research and stuff like that over time is while it's like evolving,
now try to pack it.
Like it gets closer and closer to what is technically the truth over time, because your like detection of like stuff and like measuring devices.
You're taking that to the warehouse at the top.
I will literally mute you. I will literally do this. There is no point in just stalking up when Brett is in the middle of quite a long sentence. If you're using speakers and you can't hear people, get fucking headsets or fuck off out of my channel. I'm really tired of hearing 3 people talking simultaneously. No one can hear anything. It is completely pointless. We'll just go back to fucking text. Yes.
Go to an IRC chat.
Brett, you are quite correct. And when people come up with far-fetched new theories, example, flat Earth, etc., people take it apart. and you can prove flat Earth wrong on a whole number of ways. But if flat Earth could be proved to be correct, scientists would be fascinated about this and how we got it wrong all these years. And it would become a widely adopted and embraced thing. Because, as I've mentioned many times, scientists love to prove other scientists wrong.
That thing you just said about getting closer to the truth, I think that's the great trap that humankind always falls into, is thinking that it's like, oh gosh, we've learned so much, we nearly know everything now. And then in hindsight, it always turns out that we knew very little. And so really the only logical conclusion or way to look at it is that we probably still know next to nothing. And there's probably still far more we don't know than we do know.
So I would agree, but I think that growth is also exponential.
Yes.
In a sense. Because, especially with like technology.
The rate of understanding.
Yes, it's going up over time.
Yeah, there was something, I can't remember, well, there was something quite a major discovery, and I realised it was only came about in the 70s, I think it was. Like, I don't think we started to discover dinosaurs for 100 years or so. It's very, very small amounts of time. And when you think about it, that's next to no time at all. But then we realise how much technology has improved in that time. And that's why a lot of these, why we've learned more about the universe, is because technology's got a lot better.
Of course, the thing about exponential growth is that humans are terrible at understanding exponential growth.
Speak for yourself. I play incremental games.
Could I ask, where is this cargo going that I've got on the back of this truck?
I don't
Warehouse
even...
at the top of the mountain in the bottom corner of this map.
Lovely, thank you.
I'm doing aid at the island, so it's 4 logs.
Mission's called Field Order, and it's under the main contracts.
Arctic Cheetah, the short answer to your question is related to the fall of man and how we used to have a perfect paradise world and now we don't, and how that's the, I will say excuse pejoratively, but that is the reason why we are living in an imperfect world rather than a perfect world.
I mean, just look around. Is it not obvious?
It's
the
not.
world's winding up.
It's obvious that we're not living in a perfect world, but you can make no statements without evidence further back than that, because we don't have
Right.
any.
Do we have any medical evidence of people being born with deformities going back very far?
Oh God, yes. Bloody hell, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
How far back?
That's a good question, actually.
I don't know.
No, because I've got a theory of my own.
I'm not sure I can Google oldest deformed person without getting some very odd hits.
I was looking around. Almost my entire family wear glasses.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Max, I understand.
I'm just thinking, if the statement of Adam and Eve were perfect and things have been winding down ever since, then glasses and birth deformities like cleft palates, people with hermaphrodites, for example, all sorts of weird things going on in the womb, and children coming out, misformed, and people being born with all sorts of horrible, horrible things. It's kind of that leads to me to think that things are winding up and things are getting worse and worse and worse. And people think, oh well, because if it's not going with the scientific theory of millions and millions of years, then the science theory would be, well, there's no end to man's reproduction, therefore we're just going to keep going for like tens of millions of years. And this your eyesight's going to get worse. There's going to be birth deformities more and more frequently and more common. Where does it end?
Well, hold on. So, Max, I mean, I understand your worldview differs, but the short answer there, the longer answer, shall we say, is that once upon a time, 3, 10, however many millions of years, I forget when man actually came out, everyone had perfect eyesight. Those without perfect eyesight died. The reason that human beings have progressed bigger and better than any other animal, that we've lived longer, we've had more children, is twofold. One of which, well, 3, we've got bigger brains, we're good tool users, and the other one is we are, I think, the only animal that will take care of young of another species. We are so nurturing as a species, so we will look after the weak and sick members of our tribe or society, whatever. So this meant that birth defects like short-sightedness that would have become completely eradicated have hung around. And now, millions of years later, we are paying the price for that. Because I would have hit about age 10, which is when my eyesight deteriorated, and unless my mother literally fed me, it would have gone away, assuming I didn't then reach breeding age and pass on my crappy genes. And that's the scientific answer to why we've got
Because
shit ass genes.
One of the ones that really makes my mind boggle is people that are lactose intolerant and people that are what you call it? Celiac. Is it celiac? Wheat intolerant.
Hold on. Who's lactose intolerant?
People.
No. The only people who are lactose intolerant are ones who lack a specific... No. Yeah, most of the planet. It's people who lack a specific gene that was from Norway. So if you're lactose intolerant, you don't have that gene. It's a single gene. Asian people almost entirely don't have it.
Yeah.
Whereas people with, I want to say not Slavic, Nordic, I can't remember what it is, birthright, somewhere along the lines of their genes, they do have it. I have it, so I am not lactose intolerant. And that's why. It's simply that we, I guess, had more cows, whereas Asians didn't. So they didn't drink the milk, so they never... The people... If you imagine, again, so you've got 50-50 split in the population.
Sort of tolerance.
Well, no, it's not the tolerance. So 50-50 split of humanity. Half humanity is lactose intolerant, and they puke up milk. The other half isn't. The other half that is not lactose intolerant will do way better than the half that is, for the simple reason cows is easy fucking protein.
Don't say they're easy clocking.
It's easy.
Easy breeding.
It's easy.
They're also
to get,
very fucking stupid.
Yeah, but it's easy to get the nutrients out of cow milk. It's much easier than going hunting a wild boar or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But bread and milk are out. I mean, obviously, okay, so maybe the milk bit's maybe not so important, but bread is one of their staples. You know, well, when did people start becoming allergic to bread? That's mind-boggling, because that's a fucking basic. If they're allergic to sort of something higher up, something more, I don't know, like just shellfish.
So celiac disease was first described in AD 100 by somebody I can't pronounce. So
wow.
So yeah, not recent at all. Aratius apparently. The thing is, again, without modern science, you just be sick when you eat stuff. I know someone who's... I think you remember Oplus Si. He's gluten intolerant. And for years, he thought he had... what's it called? Tiredness virus. Bugger, what's it called?
MSD. No, MSD.
No, he had
MS.
Chronic fatigue syndrome. That's one. CFS.
Ah.
But yeah, it turns out he's gluten intolerant. Very, very gluten intolerant.
Wow.
But it's not a modern thing. It's just that in the olden days, you'd have struggled to work out why you were ill. And nowadays, with much more science, this is why we have
to work it out. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why we have all autism diagnosis. It's not because there's more people being diagnosed as autism. Sorry, not because more people are autistic. Because it's a bit more than he's a bit simple, or he's a bit mental, or he's good with maths. It's now we understand the reasons and the issues behind it, and we can understand that it is a thing rather than just something we ignore.
Adam, clearly it's because there's more vaccines.
Does anyone local?
Have you got your ID yet? Oh yeah, it's yeah.
I'm afraid I am actually in a spot of bother here, to the point where the winch isn't helping me either.
Oh dear.
Who was it that was with me down in the quarry?
Don't know. Si, could you come and give me a tug, or could you drop your trailer off and come and give me a tug? I'm really stuck here. I'm just behind you.
What's the matter?
He needs a tug.
No, he's going up the mountain. I'm watching him on the map.
No, I'm not. I'm stuck.
I'm out of fuel. Adam needs tow.
I would actually genuinely love to do the maths, and I'm afraid they're beyond me,
on
Max's assertion that continents moved into place in 6 months and then stopped. The sheer amount of energy released doing that, just through friction, just literally through shoving the tectonic plates around. I don't even know if that's possible. I suspect if you actually did that, they would just crumble like it's rock. Tectonic shit is mind-bogglingly slow. I'm curious about the sort of, how much actual heat would get. You mean you'd probably boil the oceans away to do that sort of thing? Basically, if I didn't do this, I'd just write XKD CD type things for a living. Just maths.
Max, I guess I kind of have a question, because you mentioned Adam and Eve. Is the Bible against incest?
There are.
No.
No.
Hold on.
Adam's
got something to say.
I was going to say, but there are Christian religious groups who believe that Adam and Eve were married before they had children. I will let you think that one through on your own accord.
Well, no, I mean, either way, like, if they have kids, then the kids at some point have to have sex because there's no other humans, right?
Yes.
So then,
It's incest.
if they're, yeah,
Incest
so
was
it's-
only
it's-
banned much later.
Again,
Right, but it's still incest, though, right?
Yeah. But it wasn't described as such.
yeah, we've actually been over this, right? Incest is only bad after about the third generation, and then you start to get horrendous birth events.
I mean, nowadays it'd definitely be bad. But you're thinking about Adam and Eve being perfect beings, right? So they've got absolutely everything going for them.
Right.
That's why it's not a bad thing. The genes were perfect. Their kids' genes were being almost perfect. You know, their kids' genes were almost perfect. You know, get so on and so on. After a period, God's like, right, okay, they've all fucked up. They're all, doing stupid stuff, and they're all not worshipping me.
Generation.
Well, yeah, but that's Noah. That's the story of Noah, isn't it? When he goes, right, I've had enough of this. Noah, I'm going to wipe out the earth, build a boat to save yourself and your family.
What does that have to do with genes? What?
Because it's about the decay of the genes, the genome. Genomes aren't your genes.
Question.
If we were created perfect, then why did Adam and Eve
We're
balls
not.
up so? If Adam and Eve were created perfect, we,
Oh, yeah.
human race, why did they balls up so bad then? What was?
Free will, unfortunately. Free will. We had the free choice, and we didn't trust God. That's why we got cast out the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, Shalka, that is the question. So there are some religious groups that believe that sex before marriage is wrong. Full stop. No.
Yeah, Christians believe that. Or should
No exceptions. For example.
Yeah.
No exceptions.
Doesn't makes me a hypocrite.
Do you believe that Adam and Eve were married before they had sex the first time? No, no exceptions is my point. Not some, none, zero.
Yes, I mean some people do state Adam and Eve were married, but like you say, where is the marriage?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Again, this is.
I'd have to go and have a look.
This is more my point that certain Christian religious groups believe that, and certain ones don't.
So, what about the theory that Mary Magdalene was Jesus' companion, and in those times, the word companion literally meant wife?
Well, marriage as we know it's pretty recent. Like, marriage back then was not. So marriage, was it 11th century, I want to say? Like, marriage as we know it is an 11th century-ish invention, and it was mostly to do with stopping the king taking, the lords taking the husband's property when the husband died, and the family and the wife didn't get anything. So that's what we think of as marriage. Back then it was a much more casual sort of thing. Just, as you said, your husband and wife, you're married, you're a companion. But that's, thousands of years difference in the customs.
Would that have been like the civil partnerships that we have now?
I think it was even more lax than that. It didn't really mean anything. So it's 11th century. I think it's 11th.
Taxes weren't involved.
Yes.
I guess I would ask them, why would God want humans not to have free will?
Why would you?
What?
I don't understand that one.
Well, because you're saying that humans, like, you said Adam and Eve gained free will.
Yeah.
No, they were created with free will.
Yeah, I'll sum it up for you, Brett. You've been created, you've got free will, do what you want. No, not that.
Okay.
No, they were told not to. They were told not to eat from the tree of good and evil, knowledge of good and evil.
Right, so they don't have free will then?
They did have. No, they were told not to eat from that tree. That was all they were
Right.
told.
Yeah, so
Well, not all of them,
if you're
not all
told
of them.
you're not allowed to do this thing,
Yeah.
you don't have free will. Correct?
No, you can choose to do it.
No.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Brett,
They chose to do the very thing they were told
Yeah.
not to
Brett,
do.
I'm telling you not to stab people with knives. Now, if you do it, that doesn't. You don't have free will. If you don't do it, you don't have free will. It's irrelevant whether you're told you can or not do something.
You have the choice.
I mean, there have been lots of philosophers who say there is no such thing as free will. We do not have free will. Everything is determined, because you can't.
I kind of
You can't.
subscribe to that.
Well, you can't prove otherwise. That's kind of the point. How would you? You'd need to split time in half and then make different decisions in each split off.
Yeah.
Here's one for you. We sit here and play simulations. What is to say that we are not simulation for some other
Oh,
people?
I've seen the documentary on that with Keanu Reeves in it.
That was absolutely awesome.
Plato's Cave is that particular.
I think you were going to say the Matrix.
It is the
I was waiting
Matrix.
for that.
It is the Matrix. The Matrix is Plato's Cave. It's almost, well, not quite literal, but it's a retelling of Plato's Cave.
But yeah, the entire concept of like not having free will is kind of interesting because you could argue that assuming you know every factor that goes into a human's decision, and you can control all of those factors, you could arguably know what a human's going to do.
This is what gets me with the Sims game. The Sims game have random things that they do. If you're not doing something, they will turn around and go, okay, well, I'm going to go and do the washing up.
Yeah, I mean, there is an argument, Brett, that if you could simulate the entire universe down to every single atom, you could predict the entire future of the universe till the end of history. There's a big if in that statement, obviously.
If you could, yeah.
Yeah, if you could, then yes, you're copying the universe within a computer, and then you could run it slightly faster than the universe and make a prediction about everything that happens.
So if you're religious and you subscribe to humans don't have free will based on that theory,
do have free will.
But if you
if you subscribe to the theory that they don't have free will because things are predetermined, but you're religious, would you then assert that God essentially caused them to make those actions by his action?
You would assert that you weren't responsible for any of your actions, and therefore you go around as a complete fucking lunatic killing whoever you like because that wasn't your fault.
Apologies, do I need to go back to the quarry and collect that other container?
I mean, arguably that's one interpretation of it.
I can fish it out. I screwed that.
Let us know if you need a hand. I think, Brett, if you're saying if you were a Christian that believed that and then you decided to believe something that was against it, well, then you would have gone, no, that bit of the Bible's not true. Which is arguably critical thinking, but it's just more likely you would just say that you wouldn't subscribe to that particular worldview.
I don't think saying that things are predetermined necessarily means that you would go on a killing rampage, though, Max.
No. But that's the whole paradox, isn't it?
Well,
How can the Bible tell about Jesus' death thousands of years before it happened? And how can all that sort of all the prophecy of Jesus happen? You know, if it's all random or whatever.
I mean, the argument there's quite simple: is that the New Testament didn't come out around till 300 years after Jesus' death. It's quite easy.
Yes, but the Old Testament predicted stuff.
Right.
About Jesus before Jesus turned up.
The one that we put together in 300 BC AD.
Right.
Or whenever. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's my point. I can write a couple of books, and in the first book, I can say something's going to happen. It happens in the second book. Like, I'd be very impressed.
You think it's the authors being amazingly clever?
Again, I refer you to the fact that the Bible, as we know it, was put together in 300 AD from a bunch of stories that people brought, not original manuscripts. So I'm not impressed that 300 years after the second book is supposed to have happened, that things in the first book predicts things in the second book. That's not impressive at all. No, not really.
The world's most famous retcon. No, I'm joking.
Well, some religions don't believe in the Old Testament, some don't believe in the New Testament, some only believe in certain parts of each. Yeah, again, Max, anyone, again, show me a non-religious source for a credible answer to things like, beryllium 40 dating, and I'm interested. Give someone who is trying to jam in. Like I said, if the Bible said the Earth was flat, and there's plenty of evidence that it's not, would you just go, oh, you don't understand? That's my problem. You need to provide how it happened, and having a flood moving around the continental plates is not credible. It's just doesn't work like that. We'd be living in sand, not on rock at that point.
Max, I don't know if I'd cite a source that opens with the age of the Earth is not a purely academic matter, because that's like an extremely academic subject. It's people trying to do science to figure out how old something is. What?
You can Google it for yourself. You know, I'm not an expert on that either.
You still there, DJ?
I'm reading. I read very quickly.
Is my mic working?
Yeah.
I was going to say, has anyone heard of Rocco's Basilisk?
Rocco's what?
Yeah, Google that.
Why am I not moving? What is wrong with this vehicle?
Rocco's Modern Life?
I've heard of that.
Basilisk. It's a thought experiment that, if I try and summarise it, I'll do a bad job of it. Wikipedia article is probably better. It's something along the lines of that there's a super intelligent superpower that punishes anyone who doesn't help bring about its existence retroactively punishes anyone that doesn't bring about it.
Max, I'm pretty sure you didn't read what you linked. I'll sum it up for you. Radiocarbon dating might be wrong, and the Earth might only be 650 million years old. That's the entire article summed up for you there. Carbon dating might be out by quite a large factor. It ain't 6 and a bit thousand, or 4 and a bit thousand, or 3 and a bit thousand, or 5 and a bit thousand, depending on which particular religion you believe in. Because they all, as I said, there's no consensus whatsoever on the young age of the Earth.
Yes, you're right.
And whereas science completely agrees on that 4.5 billion years for the Earth and 14.5 for the universe, I think it is.
On the current, what's the current? Sorry, you said it completely agrees, but they've changed the 9 about 9 times.
Yes, that's how science works. If you're right first time, then it was probably something very simple, something very complicated. You're probably not right first time. Probably not.
Or second time, or third time, or even now, maybe.
Or even now, yeah. But we're not out by what you're saying is what fucking 500 orders of magnitude or something. We're not out by that much.
I mean, Max, you can't really criticise trying to improve that and then counter-argue with, well, a miracle happened.
Well, more importantly, we have 2 testaments. If the first one was right, we didn't need the second one. So even there, you've got iteration and change.
Well, the issue with that also said there is that he's essentially saying one can't be malleable and the other can.
Yeah, science.
Only the one he's backing can be malleable because it's a miracle.
Yeah, but science is malleable, but no one is offering up any ages of the universe out by an order of magnitude. You're talking about here 4.5 billion. Sorry, 4.5 billion versus 650 million. Fine, the Earth is 650 million years old.
You did get the age of the Earth correct. You just got the wrong shape.
It's clearly a bowl.
Unfortunately, see, that one is trivially provable.
I think that whole flat Earth debate is more about the nature of debate than about the actual Earth, though. About how sometimes it doesn't matter how demonstrably correct you are. There's always people willing to tell you the opposite.
I think a lot of it is just to get YouTube hits, to be quite frank.
Yeah, exactly. They just feed off the debate.
Somebody Oh, I've got the wrong gearbox on it. Fuck.
It's one of those things.
Right, I need to go to bed.
All right.
Okay.
Well, see you tomorrow for Wreckfest.
Hey.
Breakfast.
Not you, Brett. You don't own it.
Breakfast.
Oh, I mean, I do technically.
Right. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
See ya. Breakfast. I think that whole flat Earth thing is interesting though, because like a lot of it is that like there's so many things that you could potentially learn about now, and no one's an expert in everything. And often people that subscribe to those theories are essentially just subscribing to someone else's explanation of the thing that they can only just understand.
I mean, this happened when I was doing Fortress Craft. I'd get a lot of insults, but then I'd realise I get the same insult a lot. Like odd insults, like weird ones. And I realised that people were literally just quoting something somebody else had seen. And they'd only seen one other person say it, but of course I was getting the same insult 100 times. And then a pattern starts to form at that point.
Yeah.
And you start to believe it.
The interesting thing is that the what's it call it? Flood of Noah, whatever it's called, the Great Flood, that definitely happened because the Egyptians wrote down about it. It's about 4,500 years ago, and the Egyptians were around before then and after. So again, that kind of blows that one out the water, pun intended.
Maybe they thought it was a worldwide event. They're actually there.
Maybe what? Who did?
I mean, I'm sort of glad Max was.
The flood. The flood was supposed to be global, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that maybe understanding of what global meant at the time was a little bit short-sighted.
That's not really related. My point is the Egyptians were around before the flood, and the Egyptians are around after the flood. So
That's okay. I'm allowed to make a different point to what you were making. That's
okay,
called
yeah.
conversation.
But-
Otherwise, I'd just be repeating what you're saying.
well,
It'd be boring.
yeah. But as I said, that kind of blows the whole Noah's Ark thing out the water. Let alone the ridiculous, and he managed to find 2 of every animal within about 40 miles of where he lived.
No, I mean, I'm kind of glad that Max actually stayed and at least tried to talk through this time. Last time he sort of brick walled it
Yeah.
and left.
No,
So-
I'm fascinated why people believe things. I'd love to talk to a flat earther. I would genuinely love to talk to that one because I've been to the. You're right. I've been to the South Pole. No, I haven't. I've been to the Southern Hemisphere, and it's obviously different. Like you look at the night sky, you're like, this is
Upside
not.
down.
This is no. It's different. It's upside down. We're talking about. You are on the other side. It's
Australia, upside down, right?
it's weird going to the South Pole. You look up at the sky, and the sky you've known your whole life
You're down there.
is wrong. It's just like I don't understand. And you know, the flat earther argument gets
Keep pulling
absolutely
forward.
batshit at that point to do with mirrors in the celestial sphere and all that. But I'd love to meet a flat earther and discuss with them about that. Really would.
Right there.
So the book I recommend is called Why People Believe Weird Things. It's by Michael Shermer. Addresses all these issues.
Because Max sent me a book on by Ken Ham, who's, I'll say, famous, and he claims the reason that Earth's rocks are 4.5 billion years old is because the Earth's surface is completely covered with meteorite impacts, and that's why it's all 4.5 billion years old. To a depth of, I don't know, 10 miles or something. It's like, and that's it. That's his entire statement. He doesn't then show any proof or any explanation or any reasoning. State of fact, move on, something else.
I think the exponential nature of stuff that I was mentioning earlier is really interesting because maybe in theory, at the start of humanity, it was possible to know everything that humans knew at that time. And then I don't. At what point do you reckon? It was no longer.
By the way.
Well, probably not long after we invented farming or blacksmithing or tool making. Knowing all of those things. I mean, I can tell you when it happened in computer games, if that helps you. We were so on Burnout 3 and Burnout 4, I knew the whole code base, all of it, everything, every line of code. I had a passing familiarity or an intimacy with. Black, I couldn't. The code base was too big. And at that point, we realised that no one person could fit the whole game in their head at that point.
Yeah,
and that became quite scary, that we could, if we could lose someone who would take away some knowledge. So I'm going to have to winch on again. I am so screwed.
But that's essentially our reality now, isn't it? Is that there's so many things, even in just film, you could never watch everything that's on YouTube now, could you?
But you probably couldn't understand every filmmaking technique.
Absolutely.
That you have to kind of rely on other people knowing different bits to what you know about
Take
stuff.
the step.
Like that truck here.
But I think the thing is, as I said, the Bible dates back to whatever it is, 300 AD. Dinosaurs date back a lot further, obviously. More importantly, we only discovered dinosaurs a couple of hundred years ago. So I like the way that Christians have retconned in an explanation for dinosaurs and God created it that way and all that. But that is a modern explanation for dinosaurs. Because
no one felt like mentioning them before.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
People think that a lot of the old Greek stories were about dinosaur bones.
Maybe.
They got all these bones that they have no idea what's going on, and they just make up cool stories for it.
I would have brought it up, but unfortunately I need to look it up. Half of America has no dinosaurs on it, and half of it does. Did you know that, Tad? It's. I can tell you, it's either side of the Rockies.
Sounds about right.
And do you know why?
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's just fucking brilliant. And again, I'd love Max's explanation of that, because I'm pretty sure that...
Well, I know the answer.
Shh, not you.
I do too.
Oh, go on then, go on.
Because the religious people have hidden them
Because
all.
the Appalachian Mountains are older than that.
Yeah. So basically, the US is made up of 2 continental plates. One side of... Is the Appalachian the Rockies? I'm not good in geography.
The Rockies
no,
are the West
Appalachians
Coast.
are at the East Coast, and Rockies are kind of close to the West Coast.
So it's the Appalachian Mountains, okay. Yeah, so one of the tectonic plates had dinosaurs on, and one of them didn't.
Just back out, Jay.
And where the mountain ridge form is, where the 2 tectonic plates smacked into each other, and one side of it's got dinosaurs on, and one hasn't. And I'd love to see any explanation for that in the tech. I'm gonna have to Google. I'm sorry. Pangea, Noah. I think it's Pangea. Pangea.
Pangea.
All right. So Answers in Genesis.org says it cannot have been. Cannot. Okay.
Also, hi Esmia. Were you watching the stream listening to the conversation?
No, I knocked out.
I saw you briefly joining earlier, the voice chat. Oh, as soon as you realised what we were talking about.
So Genesis 1:19 says, let the waters below the heaven be gathered into one place and let dry land appear. And the argument is that was Pangaea, and then the flood that happened 2,000 years later
Washed it all around.
washed it all around, yeah. I'd say the problem with this is the sort of story I would write if I didn't really understand how the world worked. And thousands of years, it's hard to even comprehend a timescale of 2,000 years, let alone 200 million or 2,000 million years. It's just we can't get our heads around it very well without thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, like the oldest people on the planet can only just they're like 110 or 20. Is like the oldest, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm getting there.
but when you think about 2,000 years is 20 of that lifetime, and people didn't live that long back then.
Yeah.
But
I love this because this website is going on about the theory of plate tectonics. This is plate tectonics is quite a new understanding. It's not an old technique because we didn't have any technology accurate enough to actually detect it. We can now detect continental drift. We can just watch it happen, and if it's going left at the minute at 1 millimeter every 10 years, then it goes right if you go backwards in time. Like I said, we can just sort of work this out. I'm going to recover and change my fucking gearbox.
That whole science was, I gather, very recently taken forward massively with some heavy computation and some very interesting animations produced showing the continents swimming together and apart over great periods of time.
Well, I said a lot of it
in a way that had never been done very accurate.
I say a lot of it is down to the magnetite crystals. We can go back and see which way up the continental shelf was when the plates formed, because magnets run north to south or south to north. It doesn't really matter. They're all at higgledy-piggledy angles. So you can reassemble the Earth back into Pangaea because obviously, barring volcanic eruptions, the Earth was all formed, more or less in one go. All of the surface of the Earth cooled more or less at the same time, and all of the magnetite crystals ran north-south, more or less the same time. So you can work it back from that, which is the sort of how it started. But I think that's only the 70s. This is fascinating how new some of this understanding is, because it's old, as Brett said, it's older than I am. So as far as I'm concerned, it's been around forever. And dinosaurs, dinosaurs are a massive favourite amongst children, but only have been for quite a small period of time, really. Dinosaurs are a relatively new, I say invention isn't the right word, but discovery, understanding what they were. They've not been around for 1,000 years. We would have said dragons or something if we found a bone or something.
It makes you wonder what we're yet to discover, doesn't it?
Well, if we go down deeper. Yes. I'm trying to deliver logs, but I still had the gearbox on from when we were racing, and that was regretful. So I've got a low range gearbox. Now the vehicle is moving.
Quarry with 3 vehicles on their side and half mission complete.
Okay, well I am coming that way.
I guess I would say
just the one.
What is it said? I think it was about what's left to discover that we might not realise is that I think the longer we go, the less likely it will be that we have a major thing happen.
But that's what humans always think. They've always thought that.
While I agree, there's hundreds of thousands of times more people doing research on this than there ever was. But more than before. Because when do you think when did academia properly explode? Is that from...
Sorry, Wall Dog Crazy. No, we're not running modded. We have done modded plays, but we're trying to tidy up some of the earlier areas in the game because we've got some new people playing. Brett, when were you born again, please?
1997.
So
Like my bank card.
right.
As well.
No, that's fine. No. So you see, I can tell you the last big thing that humanity ever, and it was the fucking internet. Like that came around in my lifetime, and I've mentioned this before. I love dubstep. I absolutely adore dubstep. If for no other reason, I genuinely love the concept. After having listened to, so when we got samplers, we got easy to use music software at home. You know, the music scene exploded like it never has before. And then dubstep came along 20 years later. And look, we discovered we've made a whole brand new form of music. And I love the fact there might be more bits of music, types of music out there we've not even thought of. I love that.
Sorry, what is it?
Dubstep. Short terms, and it's drum and bass, 180 10 BPM drum and bass bass lines with half speed 90 BPM drum beats. Short version.
It's essentially a category of electronic music, just like techno and house. Well, technically, house is a subcategory, and so is dubstep.
Oh,
it's just like there's, what is it?
There's a nice Vox video that explains it.
It's nothing
there's a wonderful video. Basically, EDM is a non-existent term.
There's nothing better than an American describing a genre of music that was almost entirely pioneered, bizarrely, by England. I love the England. From the acid house, we had Detroit techno, we had all of that, but nearly every major dance music advancement in the 80s, 90s and noughties came from the UK, despite the government absolutely doing its best to clamp down on it. And I love that. It's one of the few things the UK has given the culture of the world. You know, Chemical Brothers, Left Field, Prodigy, all that. It's all.
Do you know how fucking black sheep I was back in the 90s when I was a fan of that shit and nobody else knew what the fuck it was?
Oh, yeah.
Because they'd never even heard it. Their tiny brains hadn't even been able to conceptualize it.
Yeah, well, I used to hang on the Dalnet, which is a Dallas, Texas channel, Dalnet Hash Rave channel. And it's amazing seeing people get really excited about, like year-old presses of vinyl that they just got delivered. Because I'm like, I can just go to the shop and buy these. We're a year ahead of where you guys are. It was fascinating seeing that sort of growth of early dance music. And that's why I love the fact that we've got recorded history for this. You can look at every single tune ever released, and you can see what influenced what sampled what, and all of that. It's wonderful because, unfortunately, when we go back, even 500 years, it does become an awful lot of conjecture. Saddens me.
Limitations and restrictions do wonderful things for creativity, don't they?
But there's another one on that what you're talking about. Yes, we've made a lot of progression and created new things. How much have we lost?
Not much. The Great Fire of Alexandria did not have very much in it. Nearly all of the texts were copies. They didn't tend to keep the originals, and when there were originals, there were copies elsewhere.
Sorry, I mean like music side of things, like how many instruments or styles of music of
What do you mean by lost?
just disappeared over time.
Fashion.
Happy hardcore,
Yeah.
maybe. No.
I guess.
I'll bet you a shit ton of hurdy-gurdy music was lost.
Anything that was transcribed, we've still got, really.
Especially
So,
now that
Gregorian chants, not so much.
Adam, what I was going to say though is I agree that the internet's obviously a thing that blew up recently, but is that obviously I'm not like super clued in on this.
I know.
Oh, thanks. But is that more so was something discovered that caused that, or was that more just an evolution of the technology?
Both.
So I don't know if
Both really. Discoveries.
Yeah.
So let me put it into terms that you will understand better. GTA 3. GTA 3 is fascinating. GTA 3 is an obvious evolution of GTA 1 and 2. What made it happen was technology. We didn't discover it per se, but essentially the PlayStation 2 was suddenly fast enough to do this. So we gained culture, shall we say, whatever, because technology had improved. So the internet came out because technology improved. Also, we didn't discover the internet.
I was just curious because I was talking about like scientific leap kind of things. I don't know if the internet technically counts as that, but obviously it did have a massive social impact.
Yeah, but if we were to invent instantaneous communications, faster than like Ethernet, shall we say, that would have unbelievable ramifications for the world and the planet.
But I guess I would fit the internet into more of a gradual thing. Although obviously the invention of it has made a lot of other things become more exponential.
It wasn't that gradual though. I mean, we're talking. We've got the internet. No, but I mean, you're talking a couple of years from the internet's there to ISP adverts on television and people setting up their friends and family to ring their ISP number and stuff. It's not instant, but it's pretty damn rapid considering the change that it has made to everything really.
Yeah, but I guess my point was
you could say there's no real beginning to the internet, but you could say that the embryonically like 50 years ago.
Well, Morse code is probably the very beginnings, yeah.
And before that, beating on drums and smoke signals, yeah.
Was that
exactly?
Is that real, or is that just films?
Which?
The Asians were doing drum signal thousands of years ago, like the Japanese war drums and that.
Just hit load and go.
Well, allow me to just Google this, and I'm just typed in "are smoke." Are smoke bombs legal? Are smoke grenades legal UK? Are smokers at greater risk to COVID-19? Are smoked kippers good for you? Are smoked number plates legal? Are smoke walls real? Are smoke detectors required by law? Are smoke alarms radioactive? No. Well,
I don't know, but as soon as I hear the idea, I mean, it sounds like it could work. You know, like a very slow sort of code. If all you can see is tree canopies around you, I suppose. Smoke plumes going in the air could be some sort of a signal. Seems reasonable.
Schalke, the signal fires the castle. I think you're thinking of the fires of Gondor, and that didn't happen. No. Yeah, so we apparently by 150 BC, we had Polybius, of all people, and as in the computer game, devised a complex system of alphabetical smoke signals. So that's interesting. But yes.
Is anyone really sure whether he actually existed though?
He was
like the computer game.
Well, he never released. He was never released. So.
Right. Okay.
Now, so the fascinating thing is, there's very little. There's very little.
Yes, Polybius.
There's very little doubt amongst scholars that Jesus was real. He was a Galilean preacher who organised an uprising against the Roman Empire and got crucified. There's very little doubt he was a real person who really genuinely
wasn't
did
white
that.
though.
No, he definitely wasn't white. Of course he wasn't white.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
But it's interesting because there's also almost literally no dissension amongst historians and scholars that he was a real person.
Oh, we should have asked Matt what he thought about that, whether he thinks Jesus is black or white.
Well, he'd be kind of a brown colour, wouldn't he? Would have been from Galilee.
Yeah, I guess. You know, ask Matt what skin colour he thinks Jesus had.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, sick people in the 14th century, Italians painting pictures of Jesus wouldn't have had many black people to refer to. They would have drawn,
So I believe anything they say.
I try not to believe anything any of the turtles say, to be quite frank.
But to do the research thing, I was looking up some numbers. I was curious, like how many people we have researching just anything over time. Apparently, so 1940 we had like the start of like official publications according to some of these articles, and like 1960 we had about sort of 500 a year, and now we have 2,500 a year.
I expect some of them are bollocks, though.
Yeah.
I'm very curious, by the way, how Max's rebuttal to my again, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of contradictions in the Bible. That was just happened when I could remember. I'm curious how the answer is, well, the two people writing the different stories obviously counted them up differently. Well, that's what we call a contradiction. If the two people come up with an answer for how many people were there, but saying, oh, that's not a contradiction is disingenuous at best.
You know what I find kind of amusing is
Jay, you're gonna have to pop out that truck.
So you know
I'm trying to.
Just take the step and finish the mission.
Was it Max talking about how like some science stuff is just clickbait trying to get money kind of thing?
Then it's still locked.
Yeah.
Do you read the first paragraph of what he said? Because that's very much clickbait.
Oh.
I mean, a lot of science is clickbait to get the funding. Absolutely, but a lot of science isn't.
What even is the source?
What the thing I linked is basically radiocarbon dating is not that accurate. Actually, the Earth might only be 650,000 years old.
Oh no, I mean the thing Max linked.
That was what he linked. That was what he linked. I summed it up for you. My point is, so what? The Earth's only 650,000 years. Okay, cool. Science is out by a factor of 7. Sure. Well, that does not mean the Earth is 6,500 years old, because that means you're out by a factor of 1,000. But yeah, this is not an argument. This is whataboutism. Science might be a bit wrong on this. Okay, well, how do we know science isn't really wrong on it? Because there's no evidence to say so. The end.
Science isn't allowed to be wrong, but my miracles are allowed to be.
Science is wrong with on a linear curve, a linear graph of the complexity of the thing versus how long ago we discovered it and how many people have looked at it. Like, you know, when I write code the first time it's not right, and I change it and I fix it and I iterate it until it is right. And science is the same thing. Like, Darwin's stuff was hilarious by today's standards, but I mean that was early 1800s, and he was a massively rubbish person as well. But he was the first person.
Did he also take it from?
Oh yeah, but the point is, I've seen creationists go, "Oh, Darwin was a massive womanizer and a massive racist." I'm like, yes, he was a white rich bloke from the 1800s. Of course he fucking was. That doesn't mean his science is wrong, and it's like his science has been debunked, and it's like, yes, it's been improved by many people. Because lots of people care about very boring, non-clickbaity stuff, which is, the age of the universe. What annoys me is this argument that radiocarbon dating is wrong. It's very hand-wavy. Oh, it's wrong. It's like, really? It's wrong, and everyone has got it wrong. Yet all of the alternative argument is we don't know how much carbon was actually in the air, blah, blah, blah. We've all got it wrong exactly right. So all of the evidence is wrong and matches up. Like... It's like if you replace a few pieces in a jigsaw puzzle, you'll work out it's definitely wrong. You won't go, cool. It happens to fit. And yes, if you watch Dave Gorman's thing on jigsaw puzzles, you know that I am wrong on that one.
Same thing with philosophy.
Which what?
I mean, philosophy, it's quite hard to be wrong with philosophy, though, right?
A lot of people get it. A lot of people get into philosophy because they just everything about what Freud did. They hate, they despise, they get into philosophy to just get rid of it, do better than that, because it was so bad.
Sorry, Shauka, can you quote the bit in that article where it listed how old the Bible said the Earth was? Because I didn't see that at all. And as I said, the Bible, religious people give a age of the Earth somewhere between 6,500 and 2,500 years old. There is no consensus, whereas science has a consensus.
Can I just quickly redo my joke that I did?
Please.
Which was that someone said it's quite hard to be wrong with philosophy, and I said that's what you think.
I think you cut out.
I was on mute.
Oh, I got him.
Okay.
Thanks, thank you. I'm here all week. Try the lobster. Take my wife, please. Take my wife.
I'll tell you said that.
Say something and I lost it.
I'm going to clip that bit and send it to her.
What was just being said just before that? Fuck.
Radioactive decay.
The other thing I wanted to say was...
Right before what is that then?
Maybe this will remind you, I had to do mandatory RE lesson, and it was taught by the reverend, the school reverend, and he did this bit about, I think it's like an Albert Einstein quote, possibly science without religion, lame, religion without science is blind, or maybe it's the other way around, but anyway, at the time I was like, oh, that's quite thought-provoking, I quite like that, and it sort of made me feel a bit better about religion, but in hindsight I was completely hoodwinked, and I detest that idea that my RE teacher tried to sort of sway me with something that sounded
I feel like
religiously credible.
In a funny way, it's probably quite hard to be a religious studies teacher and subscribing to one specific religion, because you're probably quite biased towards it.
Well,
if you wrote the syllabus, that is.
So my religious education, at my time, modern religious education, so I went to a private school, we did scripture, and then I went to a public school, which did much more mainstream RE, and that had stuff like, what is a Christian's attitude towards drug taking, what is a Christian's attitude towards homosexuality, blah 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 blah. And unfortunately, scripture is proper reading of the Bible and things, yeah.
Bible study.
Bible studies, yeah. But so unfortunately, my RE teacher had a son, a homosexual son, who died of a drug overdose, and then came home one day to find her husband in bed with another man, and so wouldn't discuss most of these things.
Shocker.
Adam, please could you recover the bandit on Dan?
Please let this be the right place. Yes.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say.
That was a hell of a track.
But because Freud was brought up,
What?
I think it's maybe this is just my point of view, but I quite like to try to separate people's actions from their impact a lot of the time. Because like Freud did a lot of horrible shit, but like so much of it like inspired like psychology, philosophy, and all that shit, didn't it?
Well, apparently.
So much of that just.
Yeah, I mean, so Orson Scott Card is an absolute motherfucking cunt of a person. Very rich person who has paid for an enormous amount of gay correction, electroshock therapy, has put a huge amount of money, a lot of money towards basically anti-gay groups. Do you know the guy I'm talking about, Brett?
I'm not sure.
Oh, he wrote Orson Scott Card.
I know.
Wrote Ender's Game.
He did all the sword fighting in Monkey Island as well, and that really has coloured me wanting to play that game again, because this guy is such an abhorrent person.
Really?
Yep, because they got someone famous into it.
Don't tell me that.
Sorry.
I never heard of him. I'm gonna forget you said anything.
Okay. But you've never heard of him? You must have. Have you now?
Heard of who?
Ah.
No, I don't think I have.
Okay, but it's a bit like what's his face? Josh Whedon is apparently not actually a very nice person, but he writes great shit. So
what? Don't stop it! Stop ruining everything.
Hitler, on the other hand, was apparently Hitler was
a horrible sing-along blog immediately.
But Hitler was apparently very, very charming and very, very good with children, and just sang on camera. I was like, oh, okay, not la la la, but he was very much could have been a.
Yeah, and then he didn't get into the art school he wanted. One thing led to another, and America dropped 2 atomic bombs on the sovereign nation of Japan.
But
or as the Japanese like to phrase it. And then one day, it was a lovely day, and then
it was
for no point whatsoever, the Americans dropped nuclear bombs on us.
It was a lovely day, and then it was a very lovely day.
Briefly.
Yes.
I guess relating to the Freud thing, I
was a very your son just shows up.
I did school, but I did psychology back in school for GCSE at one point. And I remember thinking like all the time, and there's like so much of the shit they teach you is just stuff from the past that people wouldn't be allowed to test today, but because they did it, we know so much more because they did those horrible things. Like I think one of them, especially looking back now, I think one of the most like, I don't want to say important, but like damn ones is there was one particular, I can't remember the name of the theorist that did it, but like they had like a pair of twins or something, and they like castrated one of them and forced them to be like.
That was John Money, and that was back in the 70s, 80s.
Yeah, and a lot of stuff like that.
That motherfucker set back medical science so far because of his stupid shit.
Wait, the 1970s?
Yes.
Holy shit. Didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the one I'm thinking of, but there was one. It might be that one, or it might be similar.
Well, there was I can't remember the name, I'm afraid, but it was a very, very rich guy, and he paid to have a child put onto an island and left there with only a mute nanny, and food and supplies and everything to see if the child would develop the English language without being taught, or what language he would develop. And I seem to recall the quite sad ending is the bloke died and all the funding stopped and no one knew where it was. It was a secret. I can't remember who it was though. But yeah, stuff like that. We're talking about 1800s somewhere.
Okay, so Esmira found it. So yeah, one of them was John Money, but the one I recognise is Bruce Reimer, because there's 2 of them. They encouraged the gender reason.
They were trying to prove nature versus nurture.
Yes.
Yes, but and a lot
they were
of
forcing it to be what they wanted.
The financier died, Schalke.
And stuff from that sort of inevitably almost led to like, I don't want to say like transgender movements, but that kind of it's their area of study.
Well,
almost.
it led to a suppression of it because of the understanding. I mean, back in the 50s, they had wonderful understanding of how everything worked, but then his idiocy set it all back.
as I've said many times on this channel, I don't particularly care what you've got in your pants unless I'm itching to have a go. And what you do with your genitals when I'm not there is never any of my business.
Okay. But like
except you, Brett. I want more pictures, thank you.
You're welcome.
See, this is the thing. SnowRunner is quite a relaxing game. There's lots of scope to just essentially just. It's like we're in a pub, just sitting around. We just need to just basically drink whilst we play SnowRunner.
It's fine until you get someone bombing towards you at 30 mile an hour with a trailer while you're carrying a top-heavy load.
Wow, we've all been there. I'm going to pick up these logs and then I am going to stop for the evening because it's gone 1 o'clock and I'm hot and sweaty from wrestling this wheel for 4 hours. Yeah.
Oh God!
This game makes time just disappear. It's one of those.
Not going as fast as I am.
Yeah. But yeah, I would like to see some more detailed explanations from creationism about the radioisotope thing. And the argument is you don't know, you weren't there, therefore there could have been more or less radiocarbons in the atmosphere. I mean, I can take that. I understand that is a perfectly valid response. The next response is, okay, so what radioisotope were in the air, at what densities, at what time periods, in order to give us our evolutionary record? How did that happen?
Also, isn't radiocarbon dating predicated on the notion that the half-life is consistent?
Yes.
It has always been consistent.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's another thing that you can't necessarily prove empirically because you weren't there.
Exactly. And with beryllium...
It is the point. But what I'm saying is the counterpoint is that you're making an assumption that like the half-life hasn't changed.
Yes, and the argument is there. Okay, sure. So the half-life of materials could have changed. Fine, absolutely, 100% with you. The next step is you have to go away and build a model that shows at what point the half-lives could have changed for all of the different dating systems that we use in order to give the evidence we've got. You can't just say might have changed. Well, go on then. Show me the maths and go. But it could have changed. And yes, you can do, but. The only thing that beats science is better science.
Yeah.
And I'm not averse. Yeah, again, not averse to the theory that actually radioisotopes have changed. I've no idea, for example, how we know that beryllium-40 has a half-life of 1.1 billion years. In that case, we've never seen one emit it. Maybe there is a mathematical way of working it out. But arguing that the fundamental physics of the universe has changed without showing a scrap of evidence is. Disingenuous, which is a great word. Now, Schalke, there doesn't need to be a reason. If you can show me that there is a solid timeline you could build of all radioactive isotopes that has changed at this time, that gives us our fossil record, you have done the science. Why it happened is very, very much secondary. Once everyone agrees that it happens, or a significant portion of people agree it happens, the next question is, how did it happen? Why did it happen? Will it happen again? But first of all, you have to come up with a hypothesis that fits. So we know that the Earth's magnetic pole has flipped a number of times during the Earth's atmosphere due to various things in... Again, there's no Christian explanation for that other than we don't know, you're wrong. But, sure, but we can show when it flipped. We can say it flipped at this time. And we don't necessarily kind of know why it happens, but we're not sure. But more importantly, we know it happened. We know when it happened. We've built up the record. The next question is, what caused it to happen? Do we care? Can we make it happen? Can we stop it happening? But those are answered after. I mean, also we can send a nuclear bomb down to get the core started again. I think we've all seen. Is it Deep Impact? No, not Deep Impact. That's a meteorite film.
12.
So
the core.
The core.
Oh, the core.
The core.
I always loved that movie.
So I guess complete tangent, but Esme, I've been reading up on some of that stuff. But from what I can tell, a lot of this stuff, even though some of the shit he did was horrific and he's come under a lot of criticism for it, a lot of it actually directly led to stuff like people testing like hormone treatments for people that end up doing transgender transitions.
I believe we actually learned quite a lot from some of the horrific experiments the Nazis did as well. I mean,
I'm not saying they were right for doing it.
I'm not saying
I'm basically saying there's value to them having done it now.
Yeah, I'm not saying
it might not have happened as soon as it did. They didn't do it.
I'm not condoning what the Nazis did. There's your sound clip. I'm just saying that mankind has benefited from those horrendous things that they did.
Yeah, and this is definitely one. I don't know what setbacks there was that you're talking about, because I can't. There might be some. I've not found any in what I'm reading here. But...
I mean, Si, I'm not a racist, but you look lovely today. Yeah, South said American rocket programs have benefited from V2s. I was more talking about stuff like they would cut fetuses out of living women and stuff like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But
yeah, some of this
and the Japanese as well against Chinese.
Did they do that, or did
they weren't very nice either.
Oh, the Japanese are really bad.
I don't think the victims. Well, the point is, Si.
Just look up what they did to Nanking.
The point is, Si, the difference between, as Adam Savage said, the difference between science and screwing around is writing it down. They detailed this. There's no counter argument. They didn't. They did. They detailed it. They were very proud of their scientific.
According to the history of the victors. Just saying, yeah.
Is it?
Have you read the German?
I haven't, but I'm pretty sure those books are around, unlike the manuscripts.
Well, they're around, but were they created at the time? Maybe they're fake.
This is true, like the Hitler diaries. Jay, that was fascinating, by the way. Thank you for that. I had no idea about the Council of whatever you called it in 300.
Council of Nicaea. Unfortunately, it was one of the things that was run down my neck at the church as a child.
No, I know that's fascinating because this
has no right to crash.
This is my point. When Max states we have the original manuscripts, I'm like, all right, then where are they? In a museum or something somewhere? Like, if we've got them, they're somewhere, and I guarantee you they've been scanned and retranslated, but we don't have.
There are no original documents.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I know. I know, but I know this. And the point is, I know this as just a vague person who's just vaguely interested in science and history. I don't understand how anyone who is massively interested in religion would not accurately know when the New Testament was made, when the Old Testament was made, what we've got, what we don't have.
Well, because faith doesn't require you to
no, and this was one of the things that
conveniently.
Well, okay, but there's no faith in a God or not, absolutely, but not knowing when the Bible was made seems that's a fact. There's no belief or opinion in that.
Yeah, I've got no problem with people having faith, and if that satisfies them and convinces them, that's fine. But then when preaching, for want of a better word, and they don't have any answers to back up their assertions.
Preaching, okay, but indoctrination, that's when I draw the line.
So this was like my reverend at church wasn't just a reverend. He was a scholar. He was a teacher. He was
super reverend.
He was a university professor.
He was
very conflicted over religion and fact. Like he delved in and tried to prove everything that he preached he could back up as a fact. That's where I learned from like the Council of Nicaea and all the other shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Darwin had a few issues with
sentences.
A few people along the way.
No, I said Darwin was a fuck. That doesn't invalidate his science, on the other hand. Unlike Joss Whedon, I can't watch the Avengers films after what he did. My God. Firefly.
I missed this.
So much. I mean, it's just like, on that point, I'm gonna say, we're not gonna watch Doctor Who anymore. We're watching Noel Clarke stuff be impossible.
Go on then. What does Joss Whedon do?
I have no idea. Apparently he's a bit bossy on set, and some people have been quite upset about him.
Disgusting.
A bit like Tom, whatever his bloody name
Cruise.
is. Yeah, he absolutely lost the plot.
Yeah, I was expecting Baker to be the name.
Tom Baker's brilliant. Read his autobiography. There's so much to talk about Willies.
He's also an asshole.
Is he? Oh, but his biography made him out to be lovely. I've met him. He was ever so nice. Oh no. Are you sure? He's the nicest doctor. What's he done that's so bad? I mean, he's old, which excuses quite a lot of things, quite frank.
Give us a warning before you finish up, because I'm just going to be turning in a challenge in a minute.
I suspect I'm only going to be finishing up with a tug.
So, Adam.
It's a great way to finish the evening.
Yes, Jay.
I've completely forgotten what I was going to say.
Well, I'll tell you about my Reverend. My Reverend was cooler than yours. My Reverend had an entire massive room dedicated to scale model houses made of Lego and a Sinclair C5.
Legos.
Legos.
I've just been spending the last hour driving back and to the farm doing this mission because you can do it in almost a completely straight line. I've discovered.
Ismay, can you jump in and give Adam a tow?
That's how we got to Adam.
No, I don't go that way.
I'll buy you dinner.
Take the dinner.
Wait, Esme, I'll buy you 2 dinners.
Oh, you got stuck there? Why
Yeah.
did you go that way?
I've been having problems with that. Esme, I'll give you my my heavy equipment controller steering wheel.
Oh, fuck no.
I know the way to a woman's heart.
How much even is the steering wheel and pedals on their own? Like,
You can't. I don't think you can buy them on your own. You're going to get them in the bundle. But it's about 40.
Yeah.
It's about 40 extra quid on top of the bundle. So it's you might as well. But they're cheap. I'm good. We're going.
See, had I known that, I would have just gotten a bundle from somewhere else.
I'm reading up on some of the Joss Whedon stuff, and
Apparently, correct on the entirety of his allegations is he was a bit of a bully, and quote unquote, you shouldn't leave young actresses alone with him, and that's been the entirety of the very vague allegations.
yeah, they're really. From what I'm reading here, they're very vague. And most of them they don't even sound like that. But like, it said there's one here that says like Gal Gadot came out and said, "I had my issues with Whedon, and Warner Bros. Handled it." Like, it's extremely vague. It's like, is this sexual harassment? Is this just like him being rude? I don't know.
What did he do with her? Oh, in Justice League.
Well, no. From what it reads here, it's also about like the way he managed the film rather than anything personal. But I don't know why this is under the same section in Wikipedia. It just seems like they're trying to add more to the section. It's a bit weird.
I'm going to win this game because I've got a tow rope. Come on, I need to get to Logger Mill so I can get to bed.
Briefing.
I can kick you from the game. You can't win this one.
That's why it's hard to say. Like,
Wait, hang on. Let me just do my. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do a tow rope if you're doing one. Is that right?
Nope, not to me.
Oh, but can I do it to that tree behind you?
Yeah.
It's not letting me. Is that because I'm moving?
No, that's because you've already got a tow rope there on Adam's stream.
No, that's not to me. Mine's to the tree.
Oh, hang on. I don't want that one. I want. Wait. Stop pushing a sec.
Ah, the cavalry's. Oh god, the high ping cavalry's arrived.
Oh,
Are you getting
It
bounced?
pleases me so much to hear somebody say that fucking word properly.
What?
what word?
High ping.
Cavalry.
How else do you say?
Cavalry.
So many fucking people say
Dad!
Calvary.
That's a
Like,
place.
That's a fucking city.
Oh, that's Calgary.
No, there's Calvary, Missouri.
Never heard of it. Were you
Yeah, no. I've driven through it.
there? You see, at this rate, like, you're going to get caught and you're becoming no matter what.
So I'm reading up on some biblical contradictions out of curiosity.
There aren't any. You can make money if you find them.
You could do something useful. Get the Asheton with its log rack and bring it along.
Did Max end up finding that, or did you just not?
No, he just said no. There aren't. More like his one. Oh yeah, but that doesn't count. I'm like, I can keep listing them. There are loads. Like within the Bible, I think Peter said no man can see upon God, and Paul said, and then they looked upon the face of God. But you just argue, going, oh no, they didn't. No, that's not what it means. It's like, well, yes, it is. So this is you put some vague argument up about context, which is why I picked a numerical one. People gave 2 very, very different numbers. It's not an important contradiction, but it is a contradiction.
I'm on a message.
There is actually websites. I've just googled it. There's websites dedicated to
What
finding
is going on back there?
inconsistencies and contradictions in the Bible.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. There's one on this page about incest. So that's what
I
I
heard
was
there's
curious about
websites for
earlier.
anything if you look hard enough.
I mean, I am surprised when the collection of short stories was put together. They didn't go, well, that's wrong, change that. Like, I am very surprised, given that we've had 1,700 years of rewriting the Bible over and over and over again, that these inaccuracies still exist. They haven't been fixed.
Right.
As
What
well,
I
I
was
so
thinking
wish I could tell
the
you
other
what I'm investigating at the moment, but I can't because I've signed a non-disclosure agreement. But later in the year, when it's gone to court, you'll hear about it anyway.
Wait, isn't everything you do under non-disclosure?
No,
Like inherently? Really?
no.
I didn't know that. I assumed it was.
I imagine anything that's public he's allowed to talk about.
Yes.
Assumption makes an ass out of you and
Assumptions.
Doesn't assumption make an arse out of you and me?
No.
Or assume that
Assumptions makes an arse out of you and numptions.
Umptions.
I've never been able to understand that saying.
Is that a Terry Pratchett
No,
quote?
when you assume,
No, it's just
you make an
possibility.
arse out of you and me. ASSUME.
Oh, I thought I had you then.
So you've just told us there's something you can't tell us. Fuck you. Now I want to know. I didn't want to know until that point. Now I want to know.
Don't tempt us like this. But no, I was reading through that that link that you just posted, Jay, and
What is this jackassery going on back there?
Shut
Make
up,
me pull this bus over.
shut up and tow me, busboy.
I thought the incest one
Right.
was. I thought the incest one was quite entertaining because it's like you're cursed if you do incest and stuff like that. And then there's a quote afterwards, it's like, but what would God's reaction be to this incestuous child? God blessed him.
So here's one for you. There was one that came out a few years ago. Every child in a Church of England school gets this little red Bible that's based on the King James Bible, that's based on the First and Second Testament. How many iterations of the Bible have there been since that first Council of Nicaea?
Oh, 8. At least 8.
But who decided what stayed? What?
Well, I can give you a big clue on that one, Jay, and some of it is in the name. So the answer to your question is King James. Thank you.
But what made him an authority on it?
He did.
He was the king.
And that means what?
That means that he's in charge and he gets to wear the hat.
Yeah.
The crown.
That
Come on.
doesn't mean that
Fancy
he
hat.
was right.
No, I didn't say he was right. I just said that's why he got to decide.
It means he wins the argument.
You know, when I had asked Max which version of the Bible, that's what I was asking for.
Yeah, because when you reply with the original Hebrew one, the next thing is, yeah, now you're down to what someone told you was in that, because you've definitely not read it.
Yeah, exactly.
200 damage received, 35 kilometers in total.
Is Turkey
Nice.
Hebrew?
Yeah.
Council of Nicaea was in Turkey.
Well, but they spoke Turkish.
Turkey.
I like Turkey. I'll get that for tomorrow. I may or may not have got it through.
Is that better than rock pizza?
Don't mention the pizza. That pizza took 2 tins of plum tomatoes and still wasn't soft.
Oh, this one's good. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God. And then there's another quote right after. And it came to pass that after these things, that God did tempt Abraham.
Yeah. There's also one that says God cannot control the will of man, and then says that God put a curse on the Pharaoh's heart, something like that, an influence on the Pharaoh's heart. Again, very, very close together. So it's like, no, it didn't. Yes, it did.
It's just never made sense to me, and that was one of the things that I appreciated with my reverend, is he would actually sit there and spend hours talking about that shit.
That's a good way to think about it.
I'm genuine. There is a fascinating sort of breakdown of the theory that Pangaea was basically torn apart by the floods, and it's pretty much it's just, if you say that, you don't really understand anything about tectonic drift. Like you don't understand that.
But they float on the surface.
That's
This
that's my point.
Not like that. They float on lava, but
Yeah,
that's,
lava's heavier than
or
water.
magma, but
Yeah.
that's something else.
Most things do.
So, is there
That's
any part of the
very
physical
dense.
Earth that is rooted to the core?
Yeah, you're very dense.
Aha.
Well, now
Nice.
you're just being rude.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens with a lot of arguments.
So I'll just
Generate atom.
I have just double checked this. So the Egyptian Empire ran from 3100 BC. The Noah's flood occurred in 2300 BC. So 1,000 years after the Egyptians had started, and 2,000 years before they finished. So apparently, The Great Flood did not wipe out Egypt, and it's all still there, and it's just fine.
How did they know to call it 100 BC? It just counting down to.
Hold on. So,
very prescient.
So this flood can move continents, but it can't knock over the pyramids.
Yes.
There is evidence that the pyramids were underwater.
Oh god.
You sure that they weren't hidden behind some crack in a rock?
So, here's something that was interesting. I looked into it the other day when I was doing the farming simulator. There was a guy who bought a large chunk of desert over in Nevada or somewhere like that, and it was just pure sand, nothing there at all. And he's now got one of the biggest turkey and organic beef farms in the US. I can't remember his name now, Joel Salatin or something like that. And it's huge. Why can they not do that over the rest of the earth? Like replenish what we've used.
Oh, terraforming.
Well, that
Probably because Nevada actually gets precipitation.
I'm saying Nevada. I can't think where it was. But he paid something like $1 an acre for this land because it was considered waste.
Yep.
Fast.
When I was a teenager and I had heard about that